Hey there, REM PCs. Welcome to our very first episode of Rules of Cool, where we interview special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. And then stay tuned because at 5 p.m. PST is the series premiere of our actual play of Shadowrun's Sixth World Emerald Glitch. I'm your host, Rem, and today we're going to talk about all things Shadowrun. I'm excited to get straight to our special guests, so let's get started. Welcome back, everyone. Today, I have a wonderful panel of guests here to talk about all things Shadowrun with me. Not only do these fine folks help build and develop the Shadowrun line, but they're also good friends of mine, and so I'm always thankful for a chance to talk to them. But I am going to allow them to introduce themselves to you. So why don't we start today with Jason? Who are you, and what do you do for Shadowrun?
I am Jason Hardy. I'm the Shadowrun line developer, so I make the Shadowrun happen.
Awesome. Mike?
I'm Mike Messmer. I'm the Shadowrun Catalyst demo team lead RPG agent, as well as a freelancer who works on the Shadowrun line. So I make the Shadowrun happen at the cons.
Awesome. I'm seeing a trend starting here. Hal, how about you?
Hi, everyone. I'm Hal. I am another one of the freelancers. I believe I'm the newest one. I might not be by this point, but I also do some work on the SRM committee, and I'm the errata coordinator.
The errata coordinator. I just want to clarify that. Awesome. RJ, who are you?
Hello, everybody. My name is RJ Thomas. I'm a senior writer at Catalyst Game Labs. I've been writing with Shadowrun, under the wonderful watchful eye of Jason for about a decade now. I'm also a demo agent, so occasionally when I'm not writing for Shadowrun, sometimes I'll come to the conventions and help people find out what exactly a great game Shadowrun is.
Awesome. And last but certainly not least, Cliff.
Hi, my name is Clifton, also potentially more known on the internet as Mr. Johnson of the Arcology podcast. Do a lot of podcasting about Shadowrun, actual plays, talking about the game, but also lately a lot of writing for Shadowrun. I'm pretty involved in that lately. It's been super exciting.
Neat. Well, it's great to have you all here. We're going to start with the easiest question first, and I'm going to pitch this question to Jason because I know he has a scripted answer ready. But then I want to open it up to anyone else who wants to chime in and say what it means to you. But Jason, what is Shadowrun?
It is where man and machine meet magic. It's magic cyberpunk noir. It's cyberpunk, so set in about 2082 is where we are now. So you got all the evil corporations and cross dealings and underdog punk people. And then you throw in fantasy. So you've got elves and mages and dragons and trolls, as Hal is showing us. And dragons run corporations, and Shadowrunners are the people who try to eke out an existence by not selling themselves out to the man, and try to find a way to survive and maybe make the world slightly better if they can figure out a way how.
Awesome. That's a pretty great description. Does anyone have anything to add of what Shadowrun means to them or how you visualize the world?
Shadowrun is a cyberpunk dystopia that is extremely grimdark, where players have the option of carving out their own little bit and maybe making the world a little less dark by showing just a little bit of light. Or they can go the exact opposite and be the absolute worst people they want. But then because it's Shadowrun, sometimes it's not about good, bad. It's about whether or not you get paid.
True. All right. Well, go ahead, Mr. J.
Oh, I was just going to add that all of those things are true. Also, doing crime for money, contractual basis, usually on a one-off.
It's just something I'd like to add in. Cyberpunk goes, a good long ways back. It's a pretty well fleshed out genre, but urban fantasy not so much. And I think Shadowrun, might have been one of the reasons that became as popular as it did. So, like cyberpunk plus urban fantasy is it's a pretty fun niche to be in.
Yeah, definitely. I think for me, getting into it, it was that mixture to me of like I think I can say this. Hopefully, we don't get sued, right? It was like Lord of the Rings meets Matrix meets Blade Runner, and that to me was like, ooh, let's let's dive into that world and make it our own. It's adding into our own real world the ability to use magic and futuristic technology and have different races and play elves and dwarves and whatever you like. And that's just fantastic.
Everyone's got their favorite cyberpunk books and movies, and everyone's got their favorite fantasy books and movies. So there's something for everybody in Shadowrun.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so Shadowrun has been around for over 30 years now. So how has it evolved since the first edition to what is now the 6th World Edition? Any of you can take this.
You don't want me to answer. I'm going to talk about rules. So that's going to be a dry discussion.
It is a world that started out very, very much cyberpunk. It was all about the streets. Over the last 30 years, it is still very much that, but it has grown to such a way where you start blending in all sorts of different genres. You've got the noir detectives running around. You've got high-tech cybernetic warriors and magicians running around in blending high technology and it started off relatively small, but it has started to balloon into something that the technology itself, it's in some ways it mirrors our very own world, but in a lot of ways it has become its own thing. There's technology and things that happen and the way it happens in Shadowrun that totally went off script compared to how the real world evolved. But yet at the same time, you could see enough themes in Shadowrun, things like, what do you do to survive? What are some social issues that you see in the world today? Things like racism, things like that have always been a part of Shadowrun and have made for an interesting parallel as the universe has evolved. And it's a great way for people to explore some of that while also thinking about some heavy topics. But at the same time, you can have a lot of fun. You can be the hero that you always wanted to be, or at the same time, you can be the villain that you've always wanted to be. That's the great thing about Shadowrun. There is nothing that locks you into saying you have to do this. You literally have the freedom to do and be anything you want. There just might be consequences, though.
I like how you phrase that. And I remember my very first game of Shadowrun, the GM was like, well, what kind of game do you want? Do you want this to be like superhero where you can backflip out of a window, shatter the glass and land and be okay? Or do you want this to like have consequences and there you get hurt and like there's that threat of life loss and things like that. So you can make it your gameplay however you want it to be. And I really like that about it too.
Do you think maybe that's one of the most significant ways that I've noticed that Shadowrun has evolved from first edition to more current ones? Is that in much earlier editions, you were much more likely to have your character suddenly taken away from you by a bad dice roll. And in more recent editions, that almost never happens. In part because there's the mechanic to permanently burn off part of your attributes to sort of edit reality to go, okay, no, I might be really messed up, but I'm not actually dead. Yeah, but at a cost. And that really was not as much of an option back in the day. You had some ways around it, but it seems like it was a lot easier to get killed in the second edition than it is in, say, fifth or sixth.
Yeah.
Well, back when everybody had only one one health bar, and it was 10 boxes and that's it. And it went off in chunks of 1, 3, or 8. It definitely could make things a little different there. Over the years, the lethality has been toned down a little bit. The world has expanded so exponentially to what it used to be. It used to be, very much like RJ said, very, very street level, very kind of anarchists against the man kind of early on, and then it's kind of evolved into almost like Matrix like. It's kind of gained a kind of a very sleek veneer on over the top of what it used to be over its old rough edges.
Yeah, it started out on the streets. Then you started getting, which a lot of people called pink mohawk, which is sort of the really rough and tumble, chaotic. Hey, let's just do the thing, and woo, we don't care. Throw the fireball, shoot the gun. Damn the consequences. And then as it's progressed, late 90s, early 2000s, then you're starting to, with the influence of movies like, say Mission Impossible, Ronin, stuff like that, you start to see more what was known as black trench coat, where it starts players maybe start becoming more professionals. They're not just, the street toughs. They're not just, the anarchists. Now you're starting to get the professional gunslinger, the professional hacker, the professional warrior soldier starting, and you're getting the both sides kind of trying to mingle, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, which creates conflict in that particular style. And conflict is always great for a game, because conflict breeds a problem, and a problem needs to be solved, and solving problems and doing things is what any role-playing game is all about.
And all this is not to say that lethality that we talked about from earlier editions is not still present. If you want it, you can make it. Shadowrun is a flexible enough system. You can make it as gritty a game as you need it to be. In the games that I run, I tend to run them a lot more grittier. There's a lot more consequences, and people break themselves and end up in the hospital. That's what happens. But there are some games when it is a little bit more superheroes by night. But at the other times, it's like I tend to enjoy that higher risk factor, and I know a lot of players do.
Yeah, and sometimes the dice just hate you, no matter what you do.
Mhm.
Can I say something really nerdy among friends? Is this a safe place?
Yes.
Sure.
So Shadowrun has always been, a fantasy setting, but especially we're talking about how it's changed from its roots of the '80s to now. Everyone who's been a fan of Shadowrun, I'm convinced, ever since the beginning, kind of had a little bit of their soul die in 2012 when Magic didn't come back. So we're now for sure living not in Shadowrun. It's not going to happen. It's an alternate setting. It's not what could be.
I like that a lot. And yes, it's definitely disappointing. One of the things that it was really neat coming into the world of Shadowrun and learning about the lore and stuff is the timeline of everything that comes out is 60 years in the future of now. So some of the things that have come to pass as we've caught up to that time in the last 30 years have actually been a little prophetic and have actually happened. So that's pretty neat, but Magic sadly was not one.
And some of them is the opposite, where you see over the editions, Shadowrun originally came out before the Lost Generation in Japan. So originally, most of the megacorps were all Japanese, but as that future has become less likely, now we have more megacorps from around the world. And of course, one of the biggest changes Shadowrun ever did from 3rd to 4th edition, we went to the wireless matrix. Because
there you go, right there.
Who can imagine a future with no cell phones? So I mean, you gotta put it in.
Well, even at a Shadowrun Origins podcast where we play in the 2050s era using more current rules, I sort of play it like, hey, you've got cell phones and wireless technology. You just can't jack in and transmit SimSense that way. So you still have to jack in to hack, but you can search the web on your phone. It's a good workaround. But yeah, pocket secretaries don't cost 3,000 yen like they did back in the book then.
Yeah.
Secretary being the equivalent of what we call a cell phone now.
Mm-hmm.
When I first learned about cell phones, that's a pocket secretary. I mean, that's
what I called mine for quite some time.
Yeah.
talking about the transition from the past 30 years and what's kind of happened in the world and some of the rules and stuff like that, what about dice? Has it always been fistfuls of D6s?
Yes.
Yep.
Sometimes one
Excellent.
fist, sometimes two fists.
That's right.
I've
If it's
I've
not
got
broke,
it.
you don't fix that. So-
Yeah. Just get your big 40, 64-ounce mug of dice and just okay. So we need to take a 30-minute break. I got to count this up. Let's order pizza. Just how it goes.
I'm
Excellent.
a big dice pool fan anyway, so yeah, it's part of the key part of Shadowrun, so it's not going anywhere.
I have a ceramic dice bowl, and there's nothing more satisfying than playing Shadowrun and hearing the ching, 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 as you roll it. It's one of my favorite things. Great. Well, so what is the appeal of Shadowrun to someone that's only familiar with the fantasy RPGs and Dungeons and Dragons and things like that? What is the draw that would move them from that world into this one?
I deal with that all the time with a lot of my friend group and a lot of the people that I work with. They ask, what's the difference, right? And the difference for me is like the easy way to put it is that it comes out in options, right? Because we're using our real world as a base. We have so much more variety to work with, not only from a character generation standpoint, but just like a sheer option of what you can do standpoint. And then you take it and you say, all right, we're going to take that setting, we're going to thrust it into a more modern cyberpunkish era, and then we're going to keep the magic that goes with it. And what you do is you open up this world that is like orders of magnitude bigger than what you would get in a more confined fantasy setting, because the lore of Shadowrun is exceptionally deep, and it has been going for a very long time. And that's what I always tell people. They get hooked on the lore and they stay for the games. It's kind of how it goes.
Yeah, the rules reboot every edition, but the setting just keeps going. It's always the same setting.
Yeah, we just keep adding more to it. And the great thing about Shadowrun is that no matter what game system you come from, you can usually find something in Shadowrun. There's literally something for everybody in there. You want to play, the big tough, hey, I've got an axe, troll or orc and just want to smash into people. Well, guess what? You can do that, but now you have the added benefit of maybe say throw in some magic and some cyberware, and now you've just amped everything up like by a factor of 10,
Or
so
you don't have to use an axe. You can put an axe head on your AK-97.
exactly. And the thing that got me interested in Shadowrun is because back in the day I did not start out liking the higher fantasy games like Dungeons and Dragons. It just felt like something I just really didn't like. I was more of a sci-fi nerd at the time, and then I come across this game called Shadowrun where it's like, well, you can have technology, okay, and you can have some of these fantasy elements. Tell me more. And you can have guns. Sold. Okay, when do we start? So
I'm opposite. I was all fantasy, and we were playing in a D&D group, and one of the Shadowrun writers was in our group and was like, I want to run this Shadowrun game. It's cyberpunk fantasy, and I was like, that sounds stupid. I hated it.
Way to sell the
now
game.
I'm obsessed.
Yeah.
Well, it was everyone wanted to give it a chance. So
Yep.
my GM actually made my character. I was like, I guess I'll care. Like, tell me how many dice to roll. Okay, rolling all this dice is kind of fun. And then I got into the story, I got into the character, I got into the setting, I got into the world, and it sold me. And now I'm producing shows for Shadowrun. If that's not a selling it story, I don't know what it is. So.
and the thing about Shadowrun is it's not just the game itself, the role-playing game system itself. Shadowrun has expanded quite a bit. One of the things that I've always loved and continue to love about Shadowrun, and yeah, I am tempting myself a little bit, because is the lore and the stories that are always coming out. Each Shadowrun book has a lot of short stories in them. There have been Shadowrun novels that came out.
A lot of novels.
Yeah, a lot of, and now that's starting to come back again. And for me, that was the one thing that I always loved. Like, everyone keeps going back to the lore. Games and rules changed. I think it was Hal that said that, but the lore continues, and we just keep building off it. And it's that and it's the stories of the people and the characters that inhabit the sixth world. That's what I think keeps people coming back time and time and again.
Yeah.
Rules just facilitate.
Yeah, one of
the
the
rules end of things. So go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, the one of the examples I said earlier about how the mega corporations were mostly all Japanese.
Mhm.
They didn't just change like that. They actually, that was lore wise. There was a story about why more mega corporations rose and why some of the Japanese mega corporations fell. You know, the Corp War was a major plot point in Shadowrun. And Fall of Fuji.
Yeah.
Clifton, did you have something to add?
On the rule side of it, perhaps an appeal for Shadowrun to someone who's more familiar with, say, D&D style RPGs is Shadowrun has no class, is no classes. You're not restricted to picking a class or multi-classing something together to make your idea work. You get to decide which of the elements of the magic and the cybernetics or the hacking and many variations within those, or if you're going to lean into skills or social ability, you can make a character that really fits within an archetype, which can be like a class, but you don't have a class that tells you what you have to do. And there are lots of ways to make characters that have a hybrid approach where you're like, I really love the idea of being someone who can talk their way past a situation, but I want to be good at guns too. Or I also want to be a mage, or I want to be able to summon spirits, or run up walls like a magic ninja.
Yeah,
It's all there for you to pick from. Some things are going to maybe exclude others from you. Like if you go heavy cyber, your magic's not going to work as well. But you can mostly do what you want within some limitations. You can assign your resources to what you find most important about your character. And that has always been a big draw for me.
Yeah, I've got a real quick story. This is one of the reasons I love going to convention and running Shadowrun at conventions. This has happened about maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And over the course of, I want to say 4 years, I remember meeting this one gentleman. He never played Shadowrun before. He says, I want to be a Dr. Ninja sniper. And I'm like, it's going to take a little work. Where do you want to start? I'll start with the doctor. Okay, good. Medic is a good thing. And he just kept playing that character over and over. And by, I think, a couple years later, I ran into him again, and he showed me his character sheet and his logs, how he'd progressed over many campaigns and only one reboot, but he ended up getting really close to what he wanted, and he was just so happy and proud of that character. He said, this is the last season I'm going to play, because after this I got to retire, but man, has it been a ride. And it's stuff like that. Like you said, you can be whatever you want to, and to see someone find that joy and actually accomplishing that, that's great.
Yeah. Rules mechanics wise, a side effect of not having classes is you don't level up.
Yeah.
You get experience points every time you play. You just spend them piecemeal on this skill or that attribute. You don't just do everything at once like you do in a level up in a class.
And just like anybody in real life, you've learned a new skill and you just improve it.
I do have to say, I think another draw is it allows that fantasy element for a D&D fan into our world. So like that opportunity to be like, when you watch Lord of the Rings, you're like, I want to be a cool dwarf or an elf or whatever. And then like you can bring that into our world and play in Seattle, Chicago, Cleveland, if you want to, like play where you want your setting to be, and what you know, but then it's the futuristic approach makes it justifiable, where it's like, oh, magic comes into the world at some point and changes the direction of our humanity, therefore it works out. So that was a big draw, I think, for me as well, is I want to bring it into my world.
Yeah, you can still try to go take on the dragon's horde, but you can bring along your shotgun.
Yeah.
My money's still on the dragon.
I didn't say take on the dragon. You're going to get his horde. Sneak in.
Wait for him to leave, and then you.
The thing is that the orcs guarding the dragon horde all have shotguns too.
Yes.
Yep.
Always the law of Shadowrun. Whatever you use can be used against you.
So let's talk about sixth edition specifically. Is it more or less accessible to new players to learn than some of the previous editions?
More. The goal on 6th edition was to make it leaner, lighter, easier to get into. And so we took what was like almost 500-page rule book in 5th edition and slimmed it down to make it easier, less modifiers overall, just so you can get in and start doing stuff quicker.
I think it might be more meaningful to say the rule book is about like a pound or two lighter rather than how many fewer pages it is.
Yeah, the damage code has gone down a little bit. So, sometimes you may have to go old school if you want. Oh, wait a minute. You're not supposed to use the book for damage, are you?
Not supposed to hit people with a book.
Now, I know
Now
why
you
those-
tell me.
Now we know why those demo books are so beaten up.
You're the
Well,
one who's been chewing up my demo books? Okay. See what happens.
I admit to nothing.
I think you did admit to something already.
Nope. I just said it was possible. I didn't say I actually
Yeah.
did.
Yeah,
So-
Shadowrun's roots, go back to the 80s. That was the days of super complex, super nuanced, lots of charts, kind of role-playing games. That's what people liked. But tastes and expectations have changed. So, Shadowrun's been keeping up with it. And I'd say Sixth World Edition is as far away from Rollmaster and, D&D Second Edition as any Shadowrun edition has been.
Yeah. So with more, and we touched on this a little bit with talking about the 2012 event, but with more than 30 years of world building that's been done, like if any of our viewers are brand new to Shadowrun, what are the major events that a new runner should know about?
The
So you should know
Awakening.
about the Awakening when
Yep.
Magic came back. You should probably know about the 2 Matrix crashes because they reshaped the corporate world. And you should just know about the death of Dunkelzahn, the great dragon who briefly became president of the UCAS because it was really cool.
Yeah.
And it was a neat event in Shadowrun history. But other than that, all you really need to know is your situation's desperate and you need to make it better. And then you can figure out the events as you go.
I'm sorry. I'd throw in the Treaty of Denver, not so much for the treaty itself, but what happened before it with balkanization in North America.
I would say bugs, because bugs have been a long going plot for a long time, ever since almost the beginning. The takeover of Chicago turning into Bug City, all the corporate shenanigans Ares Macro Technology went through, and how that has evolved into eventually it came to a head not too long ago in Detroit, where there was a massive battle there, and again, Ares and the bugs, they're one of the best antagonists out there. Well, maybe they are a protagonist because, maybe you want to play an insect shaman. See, again, great about Shadowrun. You can play anything. But, I would say the bugs. Also, let's not forget the Ren.
These are bug spirits for anyone that's
Yes.
not familiar with with the world.
Well,
They
I
can't
saw
go over
spirits.
and
yes.
Invading us from an astral plane elsewhere, and they
Yep.
take over people's bodies and ultimately consume and destroy them in order to exist in our world. And they want to do that to everybody.
Yes. So,
it may
but-
not be mandatory to know, but it's fun to know that a dragon was president of the Rump United States, the UCAS, at least for a little while.
The basics like Jason touched on, the Awakening, the couple of Matrix crashes, Dunkelzahn for president. These things are things that you would know just by existing in the world at that point. But up to that point, what I do is I tend to leave everything else for the players to find out in game, and I just kind of run it. And one of the coolest experiences I ever have as GM is to run some major events that happen in the Shadowrun storyline, whether they be old, new, or whatever, and seeing our players' reaction to them and how they go through them. And it's been a lot of fun doing that and introducing them to the world just without them having to know anything.
I think it's worth noting that there's huge amount of lore that's existing within the Shadowrun setting. 30 years the game's been running, but as a new player, you kind of barely need to know any of it to just jump in and play the game. And you can, if you've got a good GM or just someone who knows the setting, you can explore those events, or you can just explore doing the Shadowrun things in what you imagine the 2080s to be like, and not even think too much about that stuff. Because the stories that I like most aren't the ones that focus on the big corporations of the huge events or what the dragons are doing, but what's going on in the lives of the player characters.
Yeah, one of the funnest games I've ever run for a lot of friends of mine at home was I took my hometown and turned it into Shadowrun. What would my city be like in the world of Shadowrun. And it was familiar enough for them where they knew the landmarks. And when I say, hey, you're going to this place, they knew exactly what I was talking about. And then you throw in all the cyberpunk, all the magic, all of that stuff, and they ate it up. And that's the great thing about another great thing about Shadowrun is you can adapt it to so much. Whatever you want to do, it's a recurring theme. Whatever you want to do, you can do it.
One of the common questions that comes up just online social media and the Shadowrun circles is, hey, has anyone written about my hometown? I want to play Shadowrun in that town, and I don't know what to do. And the greatest advice that's always given in those is make it up. That's great. And then tell us about it. And then somebody else can build off of those ideas.
That's awesome.
Yep.
So something that sets Shadowrun rules apart from other RPGs is the edge mechanic. So can you explain how that works in Sixth World?
Sure. It's expanded from the way it was in earlier editions. In earlier editions, it was just a way to give yourself a boost if you needed it. So you would have an edge rating for your character and you could roll those dice in certain circumstances or use edge benefits. It's expanded more in 6th edition to kind of encompass a lot of the advantages that you might gain in any situation. So if you're hiding in cover from gunfire, you might get a point of edge to represent the benefits of hiding there. Or if you are making a really good argument in your negotiation to try to get more pay, you might get a point of edge. And then there are certain things you can spend it on to make your dice rolls better and to give you a better chance at success. So it's a way of simplifying some of the modifiers and just putting it into the points that you can spend and the dice you can roll.
I think if I were explaining it to someone who is used to a current edition of D&D, I would say it's Shadowrun's equivalent to the advantage-disadvantage mechanic. It makes it real quick and easy to figure out how to deal with all the different things that might come up. Is there's fog? Is it dark? Are you going to slip? Do you have the right piece of gear? Or the right training or mindset or spell even. And it can be a back and forth that builds up over the course of an encounter as well. You can spend it and gain it in different ways. So as a game design writer, it provides some really interesting mechanical levers to use to bring out different themes.
And as a fun development story, back when we were working on 6th edition, it actually was a separate mechanic for some of these situations to kind of not copy advantage, disadvantage, but to have some of that same, if you have a situational advantage, this is what's going to happen. But I kept getting feedback from playtesters saying, no, what you're doing is edge. This mechanic that you've invented is just edge. Don't make a new mechanic, expand edge. And they were right. So that's what we did.
Awesome.
Yeah, another thing 6th edition does with edge that is new to 6th edition is spending edge to perform actions, whereas edge has always been a dice roll manipulation mechanic before. In 6th edition, you can also spend edge to perform actions, which require the expenditure of edge. So that's an entirely new concept in Shadowrun.
Oh, wait, it almost reminds me of like the JRPG mechanic of a limit break, where you've got this meter that gradually builds up, and when it fills up to a certain point, then you can do a special ability or a cool thing with one of your abilities. Yeah, and
like a power up or a hero move.
One of the advantages, I think, in the Rigger book is you could spend some edge to take a special action to apply your piloting skill to a defensive role to make it harder for you to get shot. It's not something you can just do normally. You have to put a little extra something into it, and that extra something is edge.
Neat. Okay. Well, what are the new releases or the most recent releases that Shadowrun has put out that viewers should look for?
So the newest book that was released was called The Third Parallel. It's a campaign book set in Denver. As I mentioned when describing Shadowrun, it's about where man and machine meet magic. And this book puts those three streams first side by side and then looks at how they intersect and threaten to blow each other up. So you have all sorts of fun trying to look at how you can save Denver, or maybe not if you don't feel like it. So that's the latest. We have next month the Sixth World Companion, which is the player's companion book for SR6. So that has all the new character options and metavariant types and a whole bunch of qualities. And the errata committee and others also did a lot of fun work in that book on alternate rules. So if there are different ways or different play styles you want to adapt to your table, there's some alternate rules that you can slip in, and each one has a nice little description. Use this rule if you want to make your game more lethal, or if you want to do this in your game. And so you can pick what rules will make it fun for your table. So that should be a fun book.
Awesome. Quick question as well, and maybe this is, I know Mike has a lot of knowledge of history on this from our conversations in the past, but what about fiction? Like, what is a good fiction book to start with to dive into the world of Shadowrun?
So I would
go ahead, Jason.
No, go ahead. I would just talk. You go ahead.
Oh no. I mean, you have a lot more of the current fiction that's out. I have the fiction line that's been out for Shadowrun for quite some time has always been pretty good about introducing the world. There's been ones that go back 30 years to introduce the world as it was then, and then you have ones that introduce the world as it is now, and they all still apply in one way or another. My favorites were the old books from back in the days. My old favorites were always like Never Deal with a Dragon and 2XS and things like that. I just actually got done. I finished reading Makeda Red recently, which is a new book. Such a great one. That one was really good, among others. But Jason, you could probably speak more to it than I can at the moment.
No, you mentioned a lot of good things. So yeah, the Never Deal with the Dragon Secrets Power trilogy. We've got new versions of that, and I think we're going to have even specialer editions coming out in the near future.
Super secret
Jennifer
editions.
Brozek, who did Makeda Red, and then Elfin Black, if I'm remembering the title, came out recently, and she does a fantastic job. Just fast moving and engaging plots. There was a book that we released a while ago that was meant to kind of bring people into Shadowrun if you've never read fiction before, called Fire and Frost. So that's a good one that kind of introduces you to the whole dynamic and goes to some locations across the world so you can see Shadowrunning in different spots. And there have been some short story anthologies like Spells in Chrome, World of Shadows, Drawing Destiny. So if you want to get a taste of a lot of different writers and a lot of different ways of Shadowrunning, you could jump into those, and then you can find writers that you really enjoy and keep following them, because a lot of them have written more for Shadowrun beyond those anthologies.
And one thing I do want to point out too, because I think I'd be remiss in doing so, is that if you like into Noir detective stories, one can't forget our favorite elven Noir detective, Jimmy Kincaid, and Russell Zimmerman's Shaken, Stirred, and On the Rocks.
Yeah,
excellent.
If you like the noir field, absolutely pick up some Kincaid books. Good stuff.
I would add that all of the like rule books aren't just rule books. They're all in-universe documents, ostensibly written as in-universe documents. So there's lore in those. But one book in particular is a 6th edition book, but it's got no rules in it. It's just it's ostensibly a printout of a wiki from inside the universe, the Streetpedia.
Oh yeah.
That's my favorite lore book. I mean, it's not a novel. It's basically the in-universe Shadowrun Wikipedia.
Yeah.
I love having that. I leave it on my table when I play. I put it in the middle of the table.
Yeah.
And when I drop a name, I'll like tap my finger and then I'll go and look at the book.
Yeah.
So there you go.
There's another book that came out a number of years ago. It's called the Sixth World Almanac. That's another great one for players who are just starting to get in there. It's literally starts from about the time the Shadowrun timeline really took off, which I believe was around the early to late 90s. And then that's when it kind of diverged from our timeline. And it goes all the way to, I believe, I want to say the mid 70s, around 75-ish. So Shadowrun right now, Jason said earlier, is only 82. So if you want to catch up on a good chunk and a lot of the high points of Shadowrun history and know some of the historical events which have shaped the sixth world, let's be very careful, folks. that is a great book to get a feel of Shadowrun history.
Awesome. Yeah, a lot of great recommendations there. I've been making my way through some of the books as well, and it really helps me. I don't have a good brain for the Matrix and how all of that works because computers just are magic to me. So like I just read Dark Resonance by
I was
Phaedra
going to say,
Wilson.
if you're looking for Matrix stuff, Dark Resonance is good.
It was really helpful, and it was a good run. It was high stakes. It wanted me to it made me want to just keep turning the pages. So very good as well. Well, as we start winding down toward the top of the hour here, so we can actually play some Shadowrun, I want to ask each of you what work or book are each of you proudest of, or like is your go-to? And I know some of you might have touched on that with the lore question as well, but whether you worked on it or whether it's something that you just it is your go-to and you love this book. So let's start with Hal.
Well, most of my writing credits are not out yet. I think Double Clutch is the only one. I don't know, that was my first writing credit. That I really love Riggers to begin with, and I love how the book turned out. So I guess I'm going to have to say Double Clutch.
Don't sell yourself short, Hal. The work you've done on the errata and pulling this game together and making it better every day of the work, you've done a ton of work, man.
Awesome.
Yeah, the SR6 Seattle edition owes a lot to Hal.
Yeah.
That's great.
You came to me, I forget what month, but we had about a year, and we did a lot of work. I'm proud of Seattle edition too. That's
awesome. Jason, what about you? Got a long record of books to think through.
I mean, there's a lot that I liked. There was a book way back in the day called Street Legends that I never thought got quite the attention that it deserved because it's got some really good writing in it. And Court of Shadows was a fun experiment to try to take the Shadowrun setting and move it into the Sealy Court. And the writers came up with some really creative ways of adapting Shadowrun into a more high fantasy setting. Cutting Black is a fantastic wide-spanning book, and I also am fond of it because of how long RJ and I batted that around and kept, saying, okay, we're going to do this plot and then push it here, and then push it here, and then push it here, and to see how well he accomplished the final product. As far as my books, there's always going to be a special place in my heart for Hell on Water, just because I decided to try something very strange to entertain myself. And so I made it weird, and they let me get away with it. And I always appreciate people letting me get away with weird stuff.
I've read that one too, and it's a very good read. Well, thank you. What about you, Mr. J?
Oh, me? Oh, the other Mr. J. Sorry.
Oh, you're Mr. RJ or Mr. Thomas?
That's what I was confused about. Sorry.
Mr. Johnson.
All right, I think I'm going to double dip on this one because I want to shed some light on a Shadowrun Anarchy 2050. I was super involved in that book. I sort of dipped my toes in a little bit and just getting more and more chunks of it as other people became less involved and more needed to get done, to where so much of that book is like words I wrote, adapting the classic runs to contract briefs, to life a bunch of the different characters. A lot of the if you see the character pre-gens that feel very similar to the layout, how they looked in the first edition book, those are mine. And I just had a lot of fun with it.
Can you explain what the difference is between like Shadowrun Sixth World versus Shadowrun Anarchy?
Shadowrun Anarchy is the queue system, Catalyst's queue system, which is a really fun, fast-flowing narrative RPG system that I believe started with Cosmic Patrol, which is like a Flash Gordon RPG. Then they adapted it for Valiant, which is a superhero RPG, really fun to play. And since gone on to have versions for Shadowrun as well as Mech Warrior. Shadowrun's version is Anarchy. And it's just, it flows really well. It's a quicker way of playing. It's less specific on like, do you get edge for this or that? No, just roll your pile of dice and describe what happens. And it manages to be both very, very rules light, and yet it feels very much like Shadowrun every moment you're playing it, and I like it a lot. I've just had a blast playing it. We recorded a whole campaign where we played ghouls surviving in Las Vegas using Anarchy.
Neat.
Not all of that's been released yet, but that was so much fun. So
That's
I'm
awesome.
super proud of that, but I also want to say I'm really proud of what I've done for the Shadowrun companion that's coming up soon. Because I got to write all the character creation option, all of that chapter with of course, bringing in some to 10 again, but a point buy system that I think will be a lot easier to manage than trying to build a character out of hundreds of karma, and the life path system, which came along with the chapter, and I had to figure out how to make it work. And I think I wrangled it pretty well, but we'll see what people say when it comes out.
Awesome.
I'm really looking forward to Companion too. I think that's
I
going to be
like
a
the
really
life
good
path
book.
system. I think you did good.
Thank you.
Now, RJ, how about you?
I'll get it right this time. Jason kind of he mentions one of the books that I am most proud of. Jason already mentioned it, which was Cutting Black. That was the first time in my Shadowrun writing career where he literally let me cut loose. I came to him with all sorts of these crackpot crazy ideas, and he's like, sure, make it bigger. So I did my best to make it bigger. I'm also very proud of that book because of the team effort that went into making that. Mr. Johnson was also a very big part of that. He did a very, very excellent short fiction that was the nice midpoint of that storyline. I'm still very happy with that. There were other authors, Scott Schletz, Brooke Chang, Thomas Willoughby, and I'm probably going to forget a few others, but everyone that came together on that book, it was just a wonderful, well, it was both the best and worst experience of my writing career. It was great creatively, but I learned a lot about putting a book together because it almost broke me, but I learned so much. So that was probably one of my best accomplishments. But I would say if I had to choose something that I'm most proud of, I would narrow it down to two short stories. The first one is from the recent Double Clutch book. It was the beginning short fiction, which was called Angles of Attack. That was I had a blast writing for riggers and Thunderbird pilots, which a Thunderbird, for those of you who don't know, is a lighter than air vehicle. Imagine a vectored thrust aircraft that literally rockets through the sky and only stays in the air due to the amount of thrust it puts out. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself.
If you know XCOM, think of the Sky Ranger.
Exactly. The other short fiction that I'm the most proud of was from the 5th edition book, Street Grimoire. A lot of people weren't too happy with that book, but I will stand by that book and that story, which was called. Nope, I'm sorry, I got the book wrong. It was Chrome Flesh, same edition, but the story was called My Brother's Keeper. I literally cried when I wrote the ending to that because it was, to me, it touched on it. The story was about, part of that story was about a friend that I had that I lost to an illness.
Oh.
And yeah, it's something and I just kind of got inspiration. Two brothers on the street, both samurai, both, eking out a living, and it just came together. And to this day, I will put that short story of mine up against any other Shadowrun fiction ever. And that's not to put anything against any other writer, but that's probably the one I am most proud of right now.
Well, I have to throw out too. I am very proud of Chrome Flash because it's my name's first appearance in the book. That Scott, the writer that ran my first game, put our whole gaming group in there. So I think I'm an elf genius somewhere in there. So I like going to gaming stores, and I live in Montreal now, and they all speak French. So I'll go and go, c'est moi, and I get very proud of it. And last but not least, how about you, Mike?
Well, I've been doing more writing in 6th, and I started doing some stuff in middle of 5th. I think some of my stuff that I'm really, really happy with is the is the end of the Chicago arc, the Chicago missions arc, ending with Final Countdown. I think a really iconic mission. You could not have asked for more in that one. That was a lot of fun. I think most recently, what I'm probably most proud of is the Matrix overhaul that me and Bob Boldrecht worked on through the Sixth World book, and making the Matrix really, really work for people to make it a much more accessible part of the game, and make sense to us both, as as a computer guy myself, and a and a gamer. I wanted to make it work on both levels, and I think we really hit it this time. I think the Matrix really works out.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think the Matrix is one of the 6th edition's real strengths.
Yeah.
Guys did good.
Cool.
To
Well,
say one of
as,
6th edition's. Sorry.
go ahead.
I just have to say one of 6th edition's biggest strengths, in my opinion, is the action economy. I play both 5th and 6th edition in different groups, and every time we hit combat and roll initiative and start going through a combat turn in 5th edition, I go, why am I not playing 6th edition now?
Awesome. That's quite the hype for it, from someone who has been heavily involved in playing in the Shadowrun community. Okay, so we're getting close. So I want to give everyone just one more chance to tout your work. Where can people follow you? Where can people find you? Where should people check out your projects and other work? Anyone can chime in, or not if you're like, don't follow me.
I'm pretty easy to find. I just have my little old Facebook profile. I don't do much other social media. Most of my projects right now are through Catalyst, so just keep watching the announcements. And if there's a Shadowrun book that's coming out, fair chance I might be involved, or I'm going to try to be involved in some way, shape, or form. Just look for my name in the credits. Don't have too much coming out. I think Third Parallel was the last big project I finished. Working on something else right now. Hush, hush, can't talk about it. But the one thing I can say is I'm hoping within the next couple months, there is a novella I've been working on for quite a while that I'm hoping to get finished within that period of time. And then once that's done, I talked to the Shadowrun fiction line developer guy, and we got another idea for something else that might be coming after that. So keep your fingers crossed. Hopefully that'll work out soon.
Awesome.
See, RJ is a regular social butterfly on media compared to me. So best bet is to just keep your ear to the ground as far as the new products coming out, with my name in them. And it's just like you said. And as far as I'm concerned, srconvention@gmail.com is the best way to get a hold of me as far as the demo team. And if you're interested in running convention games for Shadowrun, we have a pretty good crew. I think everybody could have some fun doing that. So if you're interested in that, hit that email address up.
Yeah, stop by if you're going to Origins in Columbus, Ohio, and see Mike. We're going to be playing Shadowrun there, and then of course we're going to be playing Shadowrun at Gen Con as well. So come by the Shadowrun room and sit down and play a game with us.
We'll do everything we can to get you a seat, even if you don't have a ticket. We'll do absolutely everything we can. We want people playing the game and having fun. That's what it's all about.
Awesome. Who else?
Shadowrun Facebook page, Catalyst Game Labs Twitter feed, Shadowrun6thworld.com webpage. Anything that happens with Shadowrun, I put announcements on those places. And if you want to see my non-Shadowrun stuff, which I occasionally work on, the Jason M. Hardy Facebook page is there and occasionally gets updated.
Awesome.
I am also not much of a social media butterfly, but I can be found actually on Shadowrun Missions Online. They've got a Discord server. It's a Catalyst demo team online Discord forum. I'm SSDR, short for Stainless Steel Devil Rat. It's too long for a handle, so I'm just SSDR there. I'm also rather often on Master RM on Twitch.
Yeah, you play D&D on Saturday mornings, and Hal will actually, we're once a month on this channel. We're going to take a break from Shadowrun and play a one-shot, and so we're planning a Legend of the Five Rings run by Hal in June. And Hal's going to sub in for one of our players that couldn't make it tonight or for the next couple weeks, and play some Shadowrun with us.
So you can hang out right here if you want to see me again.
Yeah.
We always want to see more Hal.
And last
Especially
but
in that hat.
certainly,
That's a very
last-
dapper hat for horns and a troll.
I don't know if I can keep it on for the whole next stream. It's getting pretty warm under this, but I'll do my best.
And Mr. Johnson, where can we find you?
The arcologypodcast.com. You can find like just hundreds of hours of audio content about Shadowrun and actual play content of Shadowrun. If you back us on Patreon, patreon.com/arcologypodcast, there's more campaigns you can download there. And it's been a little while. We haven't been posting as much in the last couple of years, but there's still a lot out there and more to come. But biggest thing I want to promote right now is a Kickstarter going on that Alternis is essentially partnering with Fracking Unicorns Games for. I'm the lead writer for as well. The next Misspent Youth book, Fall in Love, Not in Line. Doing pretty good on Kickstarter, but can always do better. We're looking forward to revealing the stretch goals because we haven't quite hit our initial goal yet. Now 3 days in, so yeah, please check that out. Boost it. Check it out. There's a live play that we're doing on Alternis' channel every Tuesday during the day, and there's video on demand. You can check it out if you miss it. It's a really fun, really rules light, narrative heavy, fighting the man kind of game. A lot of fun.
Very similar to Shadowrun. So, and
I
Clifton
support
and I are
supporting
both,
Fragging Unicorn.
yay! and Clifton and I are both playing in that as well. So if you want to follow more of what we're doing, you can see us over there. All right. Well, thank you all for joining me. I really appreciate you making the time, and thank you for all of the good work that you do in the shadows.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for playing the game and letting us come on and talk.
Thank you very much for the invite.
Thanks a lot.
Happy to be here anytime.
And stay tuned, everyone, because up next, we get to see all that we learned today in our premiere of Shadowrun 6th World Emerald Glitch. We are so excited to announce that Shadowrun and Catalyst Game Labs are sponsoring the show and have a very special giveaway happening during the game. So you can get your very own hard copy of Shadowrun 6th World Seattle Edition by entering #RemPC in the chat. You can get additional entries as well by going to our donation page, www.remalternis.com/nuyen. All donations help us to pay our cast and crew and keep us producing content. Also, Mr. Johnson talked about this, but I want to bring it up as well. Off-topic announcement, please go check out the Kickstarter for Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line, an RPG about teen angst, friendship, and rebellion. Stand up to authority and fight injustice with a rules-light, highly narrative and story-focused game. Now live on Kickstarter at www.remalternis.com/misspent-youth. Thank you all for joining, and we'll see you next time where we talk the Shadowrun Missions Living Campaign. Later, RemPCs.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Hey everybody! Welcome back to another episode of... hang on. You know how this works. I got it. I got notes, I swear. Hey there, Gen Con TV watchers. Welcome to another amazing episode of Shadowrun Emerald Glitch. I'm your host, Max, from Original Box Set, and we have an exciting show for you tonight. It's January 25th, and I want you all to know that I took like 20 minutes before the show just started and struggled to like write some sort of intro. It was going to be elaborate discourse on the intricate weavings of late-stage capitalism and the influence it has on my artistic style as a GM, and where and how that was leading to a fantastic climax for the show, as well as what famous 20th century, early 20th century authors inspired the idea of this story. Man, it was really good. But then I had a brownout, and I didn't save it. So, yeah. I'm just rambling now to kind of fill these first few moments. So, hey, Amber, what do we have to give away tonight?
So tonight we have a Shadowrun 60 core rulebook. It's a classic, an oldie but a goodie. Our winner will be announced at the end of the episode, and you'll be reached out to via Twitch Whispers. And then all you have to do is drop a hashtag RunPC to enter, but you can get 7 additional entries if you subscribe to Gen Con TV today. And don't forget, for every 100 bits that you donate, you get another entry. Not only that, you can help us players when you donate. For 100 bits, you can give one of us a NERP to use. That's an additional 3 dice that we can add to a roll. For 300 bits, you can give a player 1 edge, and 500 bits gives a player 4 edge. And if you're on the side of evil, you can choose to give those NERPs and edges to our game runner, Max.
Whoa. Pump the brakes. I'm not evil, and it's not an evil act to give me NERPs. It's,
Okay, if you want to up the challenge rating...
No.
Max.
Don't let him off easy. He is the god of this world, and this world can be evil.
That's fair.
Oh, they're against me already, but we haven't even started. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Sips hot tea that has no alcohol in it.
That's right. Everybody get yours in.
Everybody get your non-alcoholic beverage and have a good long drink, because we would never have alcohol while on this show. Just saying. Putting that out there, clarify.
We're family friendly.
We are. PG-13. Only 1 F-bomb per show. All right, so let's get this Drek started. That just doesn't work well. But it works. I mean, it does something.
I mean, you can use it this early if you really want to.
Let's get Drek started. Let's get Drek started. Yeah, that's
okay.
It. Got it.
Okay, but you're more of a thespian than I am. I just make stuff up and sound terrible all the time. Where are we as in a game? We had a very heavy game session, a heavy roleplay game session last week, where a lot of stuff happened. So, I'm not going to recap over that, because you got to watch it. You got to be part of it. You got to know it's still up there. It says Destiny. The title is Destiny is Calling from an 800 number. Give it a listen, because players that they just, and I could have cried, but I lost my tear ducts and Nom, so I can't. It's not physically possible.
You're all right. From what I've seen, that one is actually one of our highest viewed ones. So if that's any indicator, go check it out.
And it's kind of crazy how well it's doing, and I'm happy that people are like clickety click. And I promise, I did not train an artificial intelligence to randomly jump onto the website and click on that video. I promised I would never do that. No alcohol, no AIs. Just in the game. AIs in the game. Thank you. I work on it really hard. I've got that fake good I'm your friend voice and smile. I should have sold cars or insurance or something, but I hate customers. My customer service voice is terrible. Because at some point I just give up. They keep talking.
I get that. I used to sell insurance. So, anyways.
The group has kind of made a decision on a direction after they reconvened. So we have with us Sam, the Rigger, and the Decker. And so hopefully this, 3 can do the necessary legwork to get them inside of the homeless security warehouse, where apparently the shipment or the crate in question, the box in question that is containing their end goal, their big bada boom device that was supposed to be picked up. Between sessions, Convoy's character reached out to their new Johnson, Curie, and said two things. Where's the box at that the bomb is in? Not online. It just was not like communicate. There was other words used. Convoy would never be like, give me the bomb and give me the money. He asked for some upfront money and he asked for the location of the bomb, which she relayed to being this cumulus, high security, kind of like facility. A little bit of legwork was done by Arcole in kind of like checking it out. The only thing that hasn't been done is the physical looking around the site, but they have an idea that has a separate host running its security system, so that's a plus. It does have outside security forces that are tagged to it, so they've already determined once they get to the site, Arcole can then work towards shutting everything down. As far as it goes for countermeasures, and then it's just B&E from there on out. It's if they're lucky, they'll avoid security, and so tonight we're going to start off with them heading in that direction. Just to segue again, I didn't get a chance to put that part in the chat about how the host itself for the security corporation is separated from the Matrix, so you cannot access it until you physically touch the building because it's old school. They rolled it back. They got the tech. We actually have to pull the little thing out and plug it in. What is that called? Oh, yeah, wire. So until you physically get in contact with one of the ports on the building, the security systems are sealed from you. Otherwise, unless, like, I wanted to suggest, you guys can just, like, shoot out the cameras and stuff.
Old school. I love it.
Yeah, let's get back. Have some dude on phone going, "Beep, beep, beep, beep. I need help," right? The road through the Tacoma area heading south is dark because, of course, we've planned this kind of B&E during the nighttime. At some point, you're getting past Fort. Oh, man. Need to make better notes. Fort. What was the name of the military base down in South Tacoma? Fort. Not Hood. Was it Hood? Where's my Seattle notes? Do-do-do. Maybe somebody. Fort Lewis. Haha. Made it. Going through Tacoma and heading past, still being in Tacoma, but taking some of the back roads near Fort Lewis. At some point, streetlights disappear. Indications of, like, street signs. You get to the point where it's like long stretches of wooded areas and the iconographic matrix symbols begin dwindling, and only the larger ones that are at a distance away can be seen for those who are surfed into the matrix. So before we kind of like delve too much into it, Cumulus security facility, as far as you guys have seen on like some of the Matrix sites, it's got a barbed wire fence that is about 2 meters in height surrounding it. There's 2 gates for entry, and there is drone patrols that go around the building, as far as you could tell through some of the sketchy pictures that you were able to pull off the Matrix. So for the most part, you guys are kind of flying in blind, but you know that if you can get in, shut it down, it can't call out. You guys can get in, do some stuff. It could be easy. This could be a milk run. So, considering what kind of preparations do you guys want to take before arriving?
I know Convoy would send Slugger out to do some recon. Just kind of swoop around, try to keeping out of range as best as can, but just doing some light recon work.
Okay, are you going to let Slugger do what Slugger's going to do, or are you going to be part of Slugger while it's happening so that your dice pool is also available to you?
I will be part of it.
Cool. Give me some perception tests to kind of gather some information. I'm looking for at least 4 hits on the security, the perimeter. 6 hits will definitely give you a bit more details as far as it goes for more in line with building. Where is the die? There we go. 3 hits. You need at least 1 more.
Okay.
Wait. Do you have any special tech or like night vision, infravision?
If Slugger does. Slugger gets a bonus, but I think it's for hiding, not for perception. Yeah, no. He just has a bonus for stealth, not for...
He doesn't have like low light, night vision, thermal graphic.
I mean, I do, but these aren't my eyes. Monofront lines, passive stealth. Not gonna... Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Hold on. Oh, that's also... I'm not sure. That's okay. I will use 2 edge. Change that 4 to a 5.
Excellent. That gives you 4. You see some like older model Ares drones flinging themselves around the outside of the facility, 2 at any given time. And then after about a good 20 minutes in a rotation, one of the drones lands and starts to recharge, and the other drone kind of continues a rotation by itself for at least another 40 or so minutes. And then the original drone picks up and starts doing another rotation while the other drone recharges. This is kind of like maybe the drive-in, or you guys... do you guys like camp and wait to get some recon, or do you like give me some insight there?
If it's going to be primarily analog, our Cole would probably still go for just general surveillance over the area. See, like typical times of going ins, outs.
Sure. But I mean, like, would you do this surveillance prior to the run, or would this have been something that had been done beforehand? I'm assuming it's beforehand. Okay. These drones are the same drones that were inside the pictures and the data that you guys received. The first drone, after making its pit stop, gets up and does another round for 20 minutes before it lands again. While the second drone charges for about 5 minutes before it picks back up and starts one of those, some sort of longer extended flight time. You also, Cole, make a matrix perception. You only need at least 1 hit. 2 would be beneficial. Writing console.
4 hits.
Okay, you notice that the drone that is taking longer, or the drone that's taking less time up and about, has an icon indicating that it is running a older suite and is not up to date. Maybe some sort of indication of a faulty or damaged drone there, providing protection. The security fencing that goes around the perimeter seems to have no icons, and from what Slugger's picking up, there does not seem to be any sensors associated with the fence. No electrification, no seismic sensors or anything. But there are remote cameras placed in the actual lawn itself. You can with 4 successes, you're able to spot them. They have stealth icons. These remote cameras just seem to be their own little device that then signals back to the actual host itself. They're outside the host, if that makes any sense. They're not protected by the host's firewall.
If they're not part of the host, does that give me any indicators to where they might actually be linked up to, or are they linked just remotely to the host? Is that what you're saying?
They're linked remotely to the host. They communicate back to the host via Wi-Fi,
Okay.
But they have no protection from the host.
All right. So, I mean, to me, that sounds like you take the cameras and we move in while there's only one drone.
I would have like a few days beforehand gone in as like a stuffer shack. Like, where's the closest stuffer shack to this area?
About 7 miles away, pretty close in a small suburban area.
Okay. I would have been like, "Hey, how's working here?" You know, to like a fellow employee. And then I would have asked like, "Oh, have you ever had to like call police over for anything? How long does it take the star to come around?"
So, I would say that when you arrived, the security guard on facility would not allow you to come into the warehouse. He would have looked for some credentials, and since he doesn't.
Shack.
Oh, the local stuffer shack. You would be asking this.
Yeah,
Great,
I would be asking them. Yeah.
Since this is kind of a rural section of Tacoma, he will respond with the phrase, "Round here, we don't call the cops unless a gun's drawn and fired. Otherwise, the cops aren't ever going to show up. You just don't call them." And he will also point out,
maybe I should put in for a transfer to this location.
Yeah, it's kind of quiet. Just a bunch of hicks out this way. All we have to worry about here is hicks driving around in big old trucks, going off hunting.
Y'all want to go hunting?
Oh my god.
I don't want to hold a gun, Christian. Sorry, rather convoy. If I'm our call right now.
Yeah. No, the star doesn't come out this way. They have a nearby station in the town of Walupa, but they aren't coming out this way. They have like 4 cops, and 1 cop car.
I share this information with the guys.
All right. So, yes.
All right. Pretty straightforward then.
Yep.
Yeah.
You get the cameras. I'll get close enough to we'll go in when there's only one drone. We'll get that one drone and get in there before the second one goes. Yeah.
All right. Since the cameras are individual, you're going to have to hit the cameras that count for you. As far as the building goes, there are 3 cameras that are in the front, and you're going to need to hit each individual one of them. There are cameras on the back side of the building as well, 2 of them, but you're not coming from that side. And so once you've got that taken care of, then it's either taking the drone out in either the matrix or physically, however you choose to do that. So, tapping those 3 cameras are going to be 3 different dice rolls. You can either brute force it, or you can set up backdoors in them.
Since they are connected to this specific host, I believe. Let's go for a backdoor.
Cool. Let's go ahead and put in a backdoor.
Three hits.
Right, the device is not the grandest. Where's my roller? There we go. Oh man, they changed the roller. Target number. Maybe they fixed the roller since they changed things. Target number is 5. This is a test roll. This doesn't count. Ah, snap. Roll 20. The game changed a little bit. Things work the way they're supposed to. The math symbols actually mean what they mean. That's nice. A little bit. Just a little. Don't get excited. I'm just saying. This is cool that you made some changes and fixed some things, but I've been on this site for a while. I'm just saying, fixing it now seems cool, but it should have been fixed some time ago. I got you though, fam. This is good. We're gonna go with it. The cameras themselves only have 4 dice to work with, and because a previous statement I've made, any devices don't actually roll. This was testing and getting things set up, so they pick, they take, they buy, and they could buy per 3 instead of per 4 like a person does. So the cameras will buy 1 success to block your attempt. So you're successful in backdooring one of the cameras. Do it again, 2 more times.
For the sake of it, I know that I got through on this one, but I would absolutely probably have Gross in on this.
2 extra dice. Remember, you don't always have to roll. You can just buy successes, which is per 4 is 1. So
I don't really know too much about buying successes, but I can roll for it.
go for it. I like rolling.
Roll more dice. Roll more dice.
2. Another camera's down. Last camera. Once you have a back door, probing the camera is the next step.
8.
Bam. All the cameras in the front of the building are now have a back door attached to them. The bad part about this is you have started to generate a baby monitor score. Now, baby monitor score is based upon the defenses and stuff like that, and since the devices are just buying, that's 3 devices, each of them 1. That's an increase of 3. So, and then we'll do a D6. 1. So your baby monitor score is like 4 right now. We're so far in the boonies. Nothing. You just broke 3 matrix-based laws, and it's like crickets. All right, cameras are down. Cameras are under your control, I should say. No, you have backdoors into the cameras. Now you need to probe them, right? All right, so 3 probe rolls. You're going to come over here and probe this one. Then you'll be doing this.
Going back and forth between
so you're like
several screens. It's okay. It's really putting me in the character.
Cool. Immersion. Warthog says, I'm picturing this drone to be 343 Guilty Spark, and it's making me mad. Kill it already. All right. So, once you've gotten into these 3 different cameras, what do you want them to do?
For now, just to not drag any more attention our way, probably let's just loop it. Let's just loop nothing going on, or whatever was going on the last few hours or the last few days.
That's an edit file, and that's it. So just 3 edit files. So the point of this is, as you guys are sitting there waiting in Mama Bear, our Cole's laying there, each one of these dice rolls represents roughly about 5 minutes worth of time. You guys are parked somewhere. Where would you be parked? Would it be on the side of the road? Maybe at a gas station or something? Driving about?
I'd probably be driving about. I'd probably change Mama Bear's outside to look like an obnoxious, well, not obnoxious for the area, like camo. Like just like, I'm not making it camo. I'm putting the skin on it that is camo.
And then one of them, the fake mud paint. You ever seen where they paint on fake mud and you're like, can you just not drive through mud and have it fling up on the side? They're like, nah, I'm just gonna.
But then it'd be dirty.
Right.
Yeah, I'll put up like a fake bumper sticker on there that says something about hunting and how much I love it.
And hoof prints.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it says I'd rather be hunting. That's what it says.
Yeah.
All right. 3 edit files. So a total of like 45 minutes. You guys are driving out there. He's in the Matrix. He's busy doing stuff. You've got a chance to go ahead and get everything set up and start looping and whatnot. And in the process of doing so, you come across the software, the program needed to link all these cameras together and put them underneath the host is already installed. It's ready. Everything is perfect. Whoever the tech is, they did everything but flip the switch that turned that function on so that everything's under the same hub. But it's prepped and ready to go. So a flick of a switch, Arcole, and suddenly the host would be inside these cameras.
I'm not touching that, right?
No.
Not necessarily. What's that?
I said I wouldn't touch it. If it wasn't already there, I mean...
Well, okay, so does this... probably already known by Arcole. Does this mean that those back doors that I've set in on those cameras would now be an entryway into the host, or am I way off track here?
Well, you are correct. Once that, like I said, it's at the point, like, they opened the program, they typed in their password, I kid you not, they typed in their email, they typed in their password, they just didn't hit go. That's the level it's at. And once that go button is hit, then everything turns on its inside the host. And now you're inside of it.
Smells like a trap.
I feel like having access to all of that would be far too useful. Okay, I do want to discuss this with Convoy and Nova.
All right, go for it.
That sounds so suspect.
But they had all of the information in. It seems like it was just a small oversight, which is always a potential. You know, people don't always put on their masks before a job. People don't always, you know.
Also, maybe something's going on inside that they don't want the outside cameras. I don't know. Unless someone else, I don't know. Someone could have access only to the outside cameras, not to the inside cameras. Keep them separated so that, no, because I don't know.
But why would they have it just one single step away from having it linked?
Yeah, like, so what happens if you don't turn it on? Like, what if you don't?
Then we still have these cameras, but I just won't have access to the entire building, which that would probably smooth over this whole job. I understand what you're saying. It could be some kind of trap. Maybe we have, you know, some ice to deal with, or I believe that's the name.
Ice.
Mm-hmm. We could end up having some ice to deal with, but we can hold off for now. We can hold off for now. I think I can keep this link open, but it's something to keep. If we run into any Matrix trouble later, going ahead and linking up and getting that set up would probably be very helpful.
I mean, I feel like it'd be very helpful for us to know what's going on inside. It's, you know, it's better to find out that it's a trap.
Max, are there windows on the building?
No. This is an old military building, so it has that pebble concrete outside, you know, that rough concrete. It's with all the stones that stick out and kind of makes it like coquino. And this, out in the middle of nowhere, you are not too far from Port Louis, in the sense that this used to be an annex part of the base.
What kind of door is the door?
It's a set of metal double doors for the main entrance. A loading ramp comes, so there's an office door in the front, and then there's the loading ramp to one side where like a large truck will come in and out and back up to it, and stuff like that. It doesn't have a lot of outside textures to it, and it doesn't even, it has the Cumulus Security symbol, or CS, CULSEC, out front of it in that little cloud image.
You know how warehouse doors, like, sometimes they're just old, not perfect, and like they get warped and aren't perfectly sealed?
Yes.
What does it look like?
Old, not perfectly sealed, looks like it's seen a couple of trucks back into it.
Is there, since it's not perfectly sealed, is the opening and the doors big enough for a tiny little drone?
It depends on how small the drone is.
What's your smallest drone? Yeah.
Now we'd have to get closer though. These are not long-range drones.
The drone, is it like a signal issue or like an energy? How far?
Signal issue. Yeah.
Well, if we have the outside cameras on loop, we can get closer to the building.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's do a drive-by. Drive past, I'll throw one out and take a look. See if it can fit in.
All right. So you give Mama Bear permission to drive around on her own and just stay close to the place within range, and you slide in, or are you going to let the drone do its own thing?
I'm going to let the drone go in first to get a cursory glance, and then if it's good to go, I say we just go in. What do you think, y'all?
Yeah, I think so too.
No, absolutely fair.
And I will describe the front of the building once more to kind of clarify. There's a main road, and it'll turn off on a dirt road of mostly shells and rocks that is about 25 to 30 feet in length from the highway. The area in front of the warehouse is all cleared. There are tall trees surrounding a lot of the nearby area, but the entire, I would say about a good 25 to 30 feet around the building is cleared out. And then there's the fence, the perimeter fence. And then there's an area inside the fence with all the little cameras. And then inside that, there's the building itself. The building is probably about 80 feet in length while you're looking at the front of it. And from the aerial views, you could tell that it is another 40 to 45 feet in length. It's not a really large building. There is a concrete pad in the back that has some old pieces of rebar or metal sticking out of it, but you can't really tell what it might have been or used. Whatever was there was taken out. A matrix perception might give you some more detail if you're really worried about that concrete pad. But this is just like glossary, kind of like an overlay communication of what it is. And there is no windows in the front. The office door is would be towards your left when you pull up, and the loading door will be to the right. And the road comes in, there's like 5 parking spots, and then there's a place where a truck can back up. And so as you guys come by, toss the drone out, it flies up, over the fence, through the fence. Because if it goes through the fence and it's electrified and you didn't know, right? No, that's not how it works. Over the fence. You fly over the fence, you get toward the dock, and there's that section of the gate that's warped enough just near the bottom. There are dim lights, old sodium bulbs that are outside the building, 2 of them by the actual office door, and nothing on this end of the building is lit. There are motion sensors, and they have lights too, but the tiny drone, when it flies up, it does not set them off. It's not gonna... Could you imagine a light that goes off every time a bug flies by? Like, I would smash it. It'd be like, so you land on the concrete. Is that, and you head in under the section of the door. There is LED lighting on the other side in different places. A red exit sign near nearby door says, exit. Sorry, right over where the warehouse door is at, there's an exit sign above your head. And for the most part, you're seeing a very clean warehouse. The floors are well maintained. Everything in here has military stenciled lettering on it. There are polycrete crates, plastisteel crates. All of them have military stencils sprayed into them. RFID tags are quite visible, some sort of like coded pouch listing exactly what's in and whatnot, some sort of travel equipment. And there are at least 12 shelves with cargo or material packed in it. There are barrels nearby. There's a lot of stuff, and everything has a military-like feel to them by the way it looks. There is also, to the front side of the building, several cases that look like ammo crates or ammo cases. You know what I'm talking about, the small pickup ammo cases. Fire extinguishers, shovels, a variety of tools and equipment. And that's at like preliminary description. If you want to get more, you'll have to do a dice roll. Otherwise, you guys
Yeah,
say
I will
once you
have.
look in and see if you're gonna.
I'm
bust
not
it.
jumping into a fly, so with how easy they can be crushed, I don't feel like getting feedback. So I will just use the program,
which is, bam, 3 wonderful, beautiful hits. The drone takes off, comes in. Are you sharing this on the dash?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll share.
The drone comes in, flies around. One of the first things you guys see is a chem suit. Several chem suits on a wall closer to where the office is at. Some of the barrels themselves, as you come around them, they have markers on them for biological and nuclear materials of some type. The big biohazard caution, this might also be nuclear biohazard kind of stuff on like at least 3 to 4 of these barrels. And maneuvering around, everything is very clean and organized. And then you see internal security. There is a ground drone on wheels, and it is parked near the back of the warehouse. At this point in time, as you're like hovering around, your eyes knowing you know what you're looking for, so you right off the bat catch and be like, oh hey, oh, moving back or telling it to go back real quick. You see this ground-based drone. It has on top of it 2 small arms, part of its accoutrement, and no armored plating or anything. But yeah.
Excuse me. I will share that with my team here, and yeah, I is it active? Is it like rolling around? Is it searching, or is it just parked?
It's sitting at a charging station.
Okay. I'm wondering if I can be stealthy enough to check out, see if I can find where what we're looking for is stored, if everything is labeled.
Yes, everything is labeled. So again, another perception check by you or the drone. I'm assuming you have either a crate number or a description of the device. Because it's a device.
Mm-hmm. Let me... Actually, I think I may have rolled too many dice on that last one, but it wouldn't have affected. I think it's just a -1.
Our successes, yes, you are able to find it. So if you can imagine, the warehouse room itself is square shape. The door is to one corner, so kind of in your mind, imagine this rolling door that goes up. The drone is at the middle section, in the middle of the far wall away from the rolling door. The package you're looking for is on the lower part where the rolling door is at, but closer toward the office door, sitting on probably about the 3rd shelf up. It is maybe about 15 inches by about 8 inches by 10 inches. So it's not a very large rectangular box, but you have been told inside there's V-shaped explosives that are perfect for what you're trying to do.
Cool. Well, yeah, it sounds like it's closer to the office door, but it's not big. The package is pretty small, so we can get in the office to grab it. But there's definitely drone security. It's charging right now, which sounds like we could probably get a hold of it real quick.
I still feel like it would be useful to know when their active times are. If it's sitting around charging, it could go active any moment.
I'm sure it probably goes active when some sensor goes off.
Yeah, and there are motion sensors in there, right? Maybe it is a good idea to log in and turn those off.
Yes, I apologize. You would have seen the motion sensors on the wall. Just the little box that sits up a little bit higher with the little display and a light that comes on when it detects something.
Okay, then yeah, I'm reconnecting.
All right, so you're going to flip that switch. Do you want to do it now, or do you want to wait for a particular time before you take over?
I can't imagine that there's a better time than now.
Okay. Because like the drone might still be up and running around. Let's just say like you could wait till the drone lands for its recharge period, so that there's no drones in the air.
Oh, okay. I thought that they were all on the internal already charging. Okay. Then
No,
yes.
there's one inside charge, and then there's two flying ones.
Sorry. Then yes. I would like to wait for them to land.
Cool. So maybe about 40 more minutes of chilling out, and both of the drones come in and take a landing onto the building at their charging pads at the exact same time. When that happens, before we get to our call, what is Nova doing?
Oh, Nova's waiting and timing it. And I think while the drones are charging, she's gonna mask up and make her way over so that she's ready to go in and out.
Excellent. Are you going to make your way over to the building, or are you going to make your way over to like the edge of the property? What does that mean?
So, I'm trying to cut down the travel time. I'll probably make it over to the edge of the property, and then just kind of like have Arcole coaching her, like, okay, start heading in, because I'm about to turn this off, or I'm logged in.
Got it. And Convoy.
I would. Well, I'm gonna let it. Sorry, hold on. I don't know, y'all. I think there's some other stuff we might be able to grab. We get control of everything. We might be able to grab it all. So, do we want to bring the truck in, and load it, load some stuff? We could probably get away with.
Let's get in and see how the noise looks first, and see because this could all be a trap. So, I know that Nova is more than physically able at this point to run and hop back in, but
all right.
It may not work getting any closer.
I want to make sure there's no other defenses hiding in these woods, right?
Mm-hmm.
Any other sensors sitting on trees, that sort of thing.
Got it. Then that will go on. That'll go immediately on the top of the to-do list as soon as everything is logged in, hooked up. See if there's any other remote hookups right now. Remote defenses.
All right. I'm gonna send out Goose up into the air to basically watch our back and have Mama Bear nearby. I want to time this so that Mama Bear is nearby so we can get away if we need to.
Excellent. All right. Then Arcole gives the go-ahead. He's taking over. As you flip that switch and finish activating the program, sensors get absorbed. You are now inside, and you go from being inside of this tiny little device's area of effect, looking at its icon, to being consumed by and like a pre-Soviet style looking overlay for the matrix of this host. It is an old military industrial complex, designs and appearances. Concrete walls, basic paint colors and stuff like that are all over the place. There is a black ice that is in the host. The host is purely one location, one node, nothing else. Everything is in here. There is a black ice, and it is unaware of you at this point in time, as you have become part of the system. In this system, your baby monitor drops you back down to 0. Because you're now inside, and whatever was going on outside is not in relation. And so the black ice is, boom, paused. Inside, you can see the motion sensors. You can see the drone. It's loaded with 2 small arms that have stick and shock, not stick and shock, gel rounds loaded in them. The 2 flying drones also have gel rounds in them. There's like a log related to the drones and their activities. There's a log related to like who's come and gone. There's a lot of just data revolving around this building and its activities. And then there, in this same node, is a data access point for all of the materials stored in the building itself. So right now, and the extra security, let me not forget, now all the cameras are looped in. There are tremor sensors and the perimeter of the building that sense things moving around. Nova, how much do you weigh?
145 pounds.
You're like, I don't know, is this a good number?
I know, she's an elf. She's kind of tall. I don't know.
The device is set to go off for anything greater than 80 kilograms. These sensors detect anything that is greater than 80 kilograms, moving in around the perimeter of the actual building and inside the grounds itself. If something sets off that sensor, the drones stop charging and immediately go looking for whatever this thing is that's creating these tremors, making this motion. And so...
Well, thank God, 145 pounds equals 65.7 kilograms.
And the same goes for the inside drone. If inside the building, it detects movement, which it's a lot more sensitive inside. If it detects any kind of extra pressure on the floor, it will activate the drone to go seek out exactly what's going on and assess. The drone does not have an attack command. On the first, like it detects something, it's got to go check it out. And that's where the black ice on the inside kicks in, because it gets to make the choice, is that a target to attack or not? It's part of this complex defense system. So all that's all good and everything, but whoever set this stuff up, there's a couple of key things you notice right off the bat. Blatantly obvious, and this is without a dice roll, the black ice has not finished being downloaded. It hasn't been unpacked. Its zip file is half unzipped. There are pieces and parts of this highly skilled military cyber combat device, and it's missing some important key-like functions.
Based on how it looks so far, what percentage would you give it as far as completion, where it's fully functional?
It doesn't matter. It's not been finished put together. You can call that a 0%. Okay. It's basically a desktop icon that when you click on it, it doesn't do anything because it's never been finished.
Oh my God. Or installed, I would say. It's downloaded on there. It's just not installed.
You are correct.
Okay, I know that this is more the time for me to double down with it, but now it feels more like a trap.
Or it's Milkman.
All right. Arcole tells them all this information: the black ice, the tremor sensors, all of it, and I would also like to look into the surrounding area and seeing if there's anything remotely connected to this host.
Sure, of course, but you were also told that as soon as this all gets started, you're supposed to tell Nova to go. Did you tell her to go? Are you hesitating?
Well, no. So if nothing immediately popped up, then I'm telling Nova about the tremor sensors. I'm telling her about that first off.
Sure.
Sure. And then telling
because
her
the gentleman doesn't
off.
ask how much a lady weighs.
I'm not about to be like exactly how much in kilograms, including all the metal. First, I'm letting her know that there are tremor sensors and that would, if the black ice was fully downloaded, set it off. But it's inactive. So,
Okay. Well, if it's inactive, it's not going to do anything, right?
well, the drones still have, you know, they're connected to the tremor sensor. Although if they're leading through the black ice,
Can you just unplug them, turn them off?
We can, yeah. Let's take control of them.
all right, then let's nab them.
Okay, so what does that nab 'em mean for you?
That
Turn it off?
nab 'em, I'm afraid of that causing too much noise or too much of a kerfuffle. Let's. What is it? Sorry, I'm looking for. Can I spoof them? And make them seem like Nova is supposed to be here? Is that a thing? Or I can just turn 'em
Yeah,
off?
you do that too. Spoofing does require a dice roll. Turning them off doesn't.
Let's turn them off. Let's just shut them.
When you turn off the ground drone, it immediately decides that this might be a dangerous situation and decides to assess. It sends a message to the black ice on what it should do because it doesn't know this command is coming from and what it should, how it should respond. And now the ground drone, is in a perpetual moment of waiting for the black ice to respond. We already know how that's going to play out.
Mm-hmm.
So the drone shuts down. The two flying drones, they don't question it. They just shut down. They're all quiet.
Now, there's no security alarm once I open this door, right?
There is a security alarm, but, you're inside. You could just turn it off.
Oh, I'm inside. Okay, yeah, I'll turn it off.
Okay, it's off. It doesn't take much to get the door open. I'm sure you could probably manhandle into it. Or do you have the ability to pick the lock?
I'm gonna try, and if it doesn't work, I'll just pop it.
All right, let's do that real quick before we head for a near break. We've got a break coming up here soon.
I believe that's a stealth. And then I have... Pretty sure I have lockpicking stuff.
And lockpicking is based off of engineering, I thought.
Oh, engineering? Okay, I have that too. It's fine. Cancel engineering. Whistling wit. It's fine.
All right.
Is good enough to get in?
No, one is not good enough to get in, but the
What about 2? I'll just make the 4 turn into a 5.
There, now you're in.
Okay, cool.
All right, you're into the front office. The door to the storage area is not locked. So it's not like mechanically locked or anything, so it's just a quick flip of the switch and you are in.
Okay.
Now what? Say the words.
I'll tell you where it's located, right?
Yeah, walk me through it. I'm over by the office door. You said the 3rd shelf?
Yeah.
All right, I find it.
There's some other stuff in there too, but there's also some biosuits. I don't know. Stay away from the containers. Maybe you want to put the biosuit on before you step in.
It's late. She's already stepped in. You're in this room.
I back out. He says that I turn back around. Well, why not?
Okay, so you're going to take the time to put on one of these biosuits?
Yeah, why not?
All right. Arcole, make a perception check before we go to the break.
Oh no, I should have just gone in and out.
Are we going regular or matrix?
Matrix perception.
One.
Nothing. Wait a minute.
Can I throw in 2 edge to turn one? Wait, no. Would 2 give me anything? One of those 4s into a 5?
It will. It'll turn into a 5, give you 2 hits. So the first hit is just a 1. You're like, wow, this is going pretty easy. This is kind of good. Might be a trap. Got to pay attention. Look for edge. You are looking for every possible thing that could be it. And you notice that a program has come online. That's not unusual, but the program is some sort of automated analog comm unit activating. And if it's this is like really old kind of tech that is turned on and it's making a phone call. We'll be back after this short break from our sponsors. Tostito. Wait, no, not Tostitos. Who's sponsoring this show?
I don't know, but you can drop a hashtag RunPC while we're away.
Bye, everyone.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in, with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Hey, everybody. Amber.
Hello, everyone. I'm seeing a lacking number of #RunPCs in the chat. Does no one want to win a Shadowrun 6e core rulebook? That's pretty important if you want to play this game. Just saying. But don't worry, you still have time. Go ahead and drop it in now or throughout the rest of the stream. We're going to announce the winner at the end of the episode, and you'll be reached out to via Twitch Whispers. So go ahead. Thank you, Tempest Wind. #RunPC. Let's keep it going. All right. So yeah.
With the quick step out of the warehouse, you see the yellow suits as that were described to you. So you kind of pull the door back. I'm not sure it doesn't make a lot of noise, but do you want to like don this yellow suit then go back in there? What's the deal?
If Arkle interrupts me and says something about like, oh my god, wait, something's happening. If he tells me something's happening, I'm gonna just run in real fast and grab the thing and leave. Without the suit. Otherwise, I'm gonna put the suit back on.
Okay, so right now you've pulled back, you've got the suit off, you're starting to do stuff. Arkle, you see it. Little program. Ring. Ring.
Watch out! What? Immediately, he's over with Nova and saying, like, watch out! There is some kind of call going out. I don't know if it's a distress call or not, but it seems to be some kind of analog countermeasure.
I dropped the suit. Grab the item.
All right, so you rush into the room. Inside the Matrix host itself, you hear and a variety of noise starts just dumping into the actual host, and all of a sudden the black ice begins installing. Like you see all the pieces start just shooting from its different place and coalescing into its form.
We need out right now. How quickly can you grab that?
All right. We're going to roll initiative. It's going to be Nova versus me versus Convoy, because once the ice gets put together, it's going to start doing stuff. So let's get some initiative dice rolls together here real quick. So if you've got your character sheet open, definitely put that little button. And since things
reminder to click your token if you can before you roll that, so you're not like me.
But you don't need that from me, correct?
Oh no, I do. Okay. Because at some point that's got to be your jack out maneuver, because that ice will just rip you into smithereens. Yeah, it's old 24 baud modem kicking in. You know, the old stuff is the most durable.
Ooh, no, you also got 100 bits.
Is it Jazz that allows you to go faster?
Yes, that is a booster that allows you to go faster.
Okay, I take a Jazz. How many?
1 second.
Tomorrow.
Almost. Oh, too far. Okay, maybe I didn't find it. Let's just go to the index real quick. Or not. J-A-Z-Z. Bam. Nope. Nope. Here we go. +1 to reaction and +2 d6 initiative dice.
Okay. So +2 to modifiers. Submit. 27. Oh man, yeah, kamikaze. Do I have any of that? No. No, I don't.
Where is the turnover? There it is. So it looks like Arcole got an 11. Nova got a 27.
I got a 14, but I forgot to click my token.
Oh no!
You can click on your token, roll, and then click on the turn order number that you got, and then type 14 in to fix it.
I don't think I'm not on the initiative order, so Max, you have to click my token, right-click my token, add turn, so I get on the tracker. I think.
Crime.
Done. And you can double click, and you should be able to change your number. Yep, there you go. $10, 14, 19. Cool, we've got it. Numbers. So Nova, you get to go first. What are you doing?
Oh, I have the item. I'm leaving.
You've been trying to put on the yellow suit.
Oh, I dropped the suit. I grabbed the item.
All right, you dash into the room. Your minor action to move into the room, and it's a minor action to find the box. You're in a hurry. I'm going to require a perception roll. You're looking for at least 2 hits. You have a good idea where it's at, so it's not going to be too hard.
Oh, plus I have a modifier because I got really good eyes in the dark.
Yeah.
Thank God. Okay, 3. Woo!
You dash in, and it takes you only nanoseconds to find the crate and pull it off the shelf as one minor action.
Great. And now I have 2 major actions left, so I leave. Can I just leave?
You totally can leave. You rush the office door. You head toward the fence. So you got over the fence somehow. How are you going to get back over the fence? Athletics?
Yeah, athletics.
Let's do it. Because it's a 2-meter tall fence, that's going to be 4 hits. If you're going to do like a run jump, we'll drop it down to 3.
Oh, and I get an edge because I have cat-like. It's a gift. It's a quality, a positive one.
Very positive.
So it gives me an edge. Submit. There's 5 hits.
Bam! So you grab the box, you dash toward the fence, and then a quick somersault. You fly over the fence without missing a beat and rush Mama Bear. All right, next on the initiative is, the black ice. Excellent. All right, so the black ice is going to crash you. It comes online. That's its first action. So the host rating times 2. Got it. And then it's just going to buy. So it's going to buy a total of 5 successes. You're using your intuition, your firewall to resist the crash. No, it's not crashing you. It's blastering you. I apologize. The black ice comes online, realizes that you are a threat in the system, and immediately opens fire. It's got the ability to initiate that. Yep, it does. Arcole, you need to make a logic plus firewall.
Grab that.
I apologize if anybody can hear the kitten crying at the door.
See, firewall is 8. Logic is also 8. Oh, well, did not mean to do that. You're right, they did change the dice. Oof.
Persona Matrix tab. I just realized I was muted. On the Persona tab, under the Matrix, there's defense rating 16. That's the button you wanted to push.
Okay, well, I'm already here.
You know what? Let's check see what we've got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's good. That matches. Now, did you beat it? 6, 7, 8. You got 8 successes. It immediately transforms into a military GI, opens fire with a iconic M16 looking weapon, and you dodge out of the way. All right. That was its major action. Now for its quick minor actions, it's going to turn on all of them. Boop, boop, boop. Just brings them back online. Okay, and that's all it's got. All right. They will initiate the security perimeter kind of thing kicking. But now it is Convoy's turn.
Cool. Did my Mama Bear's already back? Am I inside Mama Bear?
Yes.
Okay. I will use my action to jump into Mama Bear. And I will use my minor action to I gotta pull this up real quick. To emergency override one of those flying drones through Slugger.
Do it.
It's gonna say electronic warfare. That's only because there's so many I can put on each drone, but it's
5 hits. And what is the defense for the drone?
Defense for my drone?
For the drone that you're telling it to crash.
I'm doing it to one of the flying ones specifically.
Correct. Right. What does it use to defend?
Oh, sorry. Misunderstood. Okay. This grants ESOP benefit to Matrix attack rating for the spoof command Matrix action. So it'd be whatever it is against a spoof command.
1 second. Control find. Find SPOOF. Pilot plus firewall. So for that drone, its pilot is a 2 firewall, which is based upon the host, though. 10. So that's... It can buy 4 successes. Bam, that's the best it can do. 4, and you got 5, so... Crashes.
Great. The command to this thing is to attack the other flying drone.
Oh, okay. So, which one did you pick?
I chose one of the flying ones since Nova's already out of there. I'm not worried about the one inside. So
okay, so you just picked one of the flying drones to attack the other flying drone, and it does. It takes off and begins just opening fire with its gel rounds onto the other one. The other action?
That was it. I had action and a minor action. Minor action was to tell the drone to emergency override, and action was to jump in. That's me.
Okay, cool. Cool.
Now, would I be able to both get us completely disconnected from this host, whether that means just simple disconnection or running silent, and also throwing out a data spike at the black ice? Because
it is. Go ahead.
Because from what running silent is a free action.
Where's my cheat sheet I made? Where's my cheat sheet? Cheat sheet.
I'm looking through the cliff notes right now.
Oh, that's what I called them, cliff notes.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a free action to run silent.
All right, I want to fire off
but if you've already been seen, you have to do a hide, which basically turns you invisible after being seen, which is a major action. Use your cracking plus intuition. It's a little bit farther down. It's called hide.
All right. Well, then let's do that.
All right. You should have a hide button on your character sheet.
I do. Now is that I'm assuming that's connected to cyber combat?
1 second, checking.
I need every.
C, D, E, F, F, F.
I need
No,
every
it's
guy I can
connected
get.
to sleeves. This is connected to your sleeves, which would be cracking. Not what do you mean by cyber combat? I'm lost.
Well, I have a specialty in cyber combat, an expertise in hacking, as well as a couple things in computer and hardware.
Oh, you're talking about your core. Let's see, your core skill. No, not that one. Matrix. Scroll down. You're talking about cyber combat. Yes, I'm going to go on the notion. Cyber combat is handled in much the same way as hacking is normally, except the action's taken against another icon. Yes, so technically you're taking this against another icon. The answer is this is cyber combat.
Okay, perfect. All right, then I've got a specialization roll. I've got 3 hits.
Okay. So you're now attempting to hide from... Your dice pool is 12. Okay.
On a
3
matrix
hits.
hide, I guess.
Well, what happens if you push the hide button, Matrix?
I did. Well, then
Okay.
it pops up with what is this? Is this unskilled? Is it a specialty? Is it a expertise?
Oh, okay.
That's
So it
what
does
takes
know
me a
what it's
second.
doing. So it does know what it's doing. That's fine. You attempt to hide. The host is able to buy 4 successes. Your hide is not successful.
Got it.
Now what? You still have, that was a major action. You have for every dice you roll for your initiative, you have that number of minor actions plus 1.
I can't help but think that. Were you jumped in at all while you were decking, or no? You were just.
I could only assume cold simmed at this moment, but.
Because I
Yeah,
think
so
your
you
initiative
have-
isn't correct then.
Cold simmed in, he's 13 plus 2d6. Scrolling back up. It just says an 11.
It looks like you only rolled 1d6.
Oh yeah, you did. You rolled your regular initiative.
No, you're
And it
right.
was
I think my other ones are busted, but let's
So
since I rolled it, let's we can just go with it with me out currently or not cold simmed in.
Yeah. No, you still have 3 minor actions. So a minor action would be something along the lines of. Let's check the list. Changing an icon. Let's also check the book real quick. See what it takes to jack out. Because that's like kind of what you want to do. But
yes,
you also kind of want to clean the mess up before you leave, if I imagine correctly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Scrub your data. Exiting a host is a minor action. You enter and leave. No test is required. It's just a minor action to leave a host.
Fantastic.
But erasing a matrix signature is a major action. So you'll have to wait till next round if you want to scrub your data off of this host, your fingerprints, and basically.
Okay, what other defensive actions can I take? Because I'm only seeing particularly major actions here. What type of defensive minor actions can I take in the Matrix? Nothing. All right, like no Matrix defense. Oh well, that's major.
Yeah, that's a major. Major again.
All right, I'm curled up in the back seat.
So if you notice, if you got hot simmed, you would get 3 dice. That would translate into 4 minor actions, which could be turned into 1 major action. So you would get 2 major actions if you hot simmed in. The difference is if you get hit, it's going to be more damage.
Is that something that I could do at this point? If I didn't start off the combat like that?
You know, I'd hate to say that going hot simmed is a major action. That would be terrible, right?
Pretty sure it is.
I'm pretty sure it is too. Hang on, I think I know where that's at. Let's do a hot sim. The word action and see what happens. It doesn't do a darn thing doing a quick search. Let's just do hot sim. Okay. Nope. Nope, doesn't say it there. Or there. Nope. Cyber decks. You're using a cyber deck, right?
Yeah, of course.
Because like the other thing other than a cyber deck was what are they called? Brain farts. Can't remember. Nope. Nope.
Not a jack.
That was like some sort of internal cyber jack or something like that. Nope.
Well, I have a Trans Avalon and a Shaiwa Cyber 6. If I said that right.
I'm going to just make the call that it is a major action to change your current.
Got it. You're God right now.
Yeah, it just makes sense that it's not an easy thing to do. So
We have a Robert Loper that says switch interface mode, minor action.
wait, why is it called switch interface mode? That's
But
like
do you,
complicated
Robert?
words.
Do you get those? Do you get those major minor actions after swapping over within the same turn?
Yeah, you would not gain new actions.
Okay.
You would next round.
Well, if I already get a major action next round, then that can pull us out anyways.
Yes.
I don't have to damage. I just wanted to damage. Honestly, like
Okay.
just a simple pull out would really do the trick.
always important to be able to pull out. And there it is. Minor, no test. It was on the next page. I went through all the pages except for the last one. Thank you, Robert. All right.
This is worse than the sword training.
The sword training was funny.
Hey, don't come after me.
The people want to know.
I'm sounding it out phonetically the best that I can. Or
the people want to know.
I will happily butcher it along right with you. So your action to attempt to hide, it doesn't work. So you're sticking it out so you get a chance to
pull out without having to. I don't have to attack. It's not worth hot simming and potentially taking more damage.
And so you're going to wait till next round, attempt to clean up your mess, and then leave.
Right.
Got it. All right. New initiative.
And how long does my jazz go for?
I think you have to roll for it.
10 plus a d6 in minutes.
Oof. So 10 plus 1d6?
10 times the d6 in minutes. So whatever you
okay.
roll,
1d6.
and times it by 10. And,
4, so 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
Okay, well, that's a lot of rounds. Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, so what did I get for initiative? I got... That's still the wrong initiative. Am I going on? 11, 17, 18, plus 5, 23. Where am I at? There we go. Arcole, you're supposed to click on the one that says cold.
No, you're right. I just accidentally hit that one.
Yes. There we go. All right. Convoy, you're at the top.
Yeah. Is everybody inside? Is Nova in yet?
Nova is at the truck, so she could maybe grab onto the outside.
Okay. Well, I will. If they're outside, I can use a minor action to open the door.
Ooh, yeah.
For Nova, the door opens so Nova can get in easily. And then I am going to use, that's one minor action. I'm going to use another minor action to have Slugger like go into stealth, go hide so that won't be seen, which would be a thing that I can definitely roll if I do that. That's fine. Just kind of like swoops down, goes into the trees, tell them slowly make their way towards, to meet us back on the main road. But that'll be that.
Plot out a little course for them.
Yeah. That's probably 2 minor actions, one for stealth, one to send it off, so that I still have 1 minor action left. And that will be to tell Goose to come back. Well, actually, I had Goose like checking the main road.
Yes.
I'm gonna actually instead tell Goose to make a perception check to see if we have any reinforcements coming.
Sure. Visually, nothing.
That's fine. Good enough for me.
Visually,
and
nothing.
Then,
Does Goose have any other special sensors or
No.
anything like that?
No.
Okay.
And then, is there a way to like hold my action as soon as Nova is in? I'm gonna drive. I don't know.
Yeah, you can say that. You can say my action is to start driving once Nova is in the vehicle.
Great. That's what I'm saying.
Cool.
That's me.
Nova.
I get in the vehicle.
Yay!
Drive.
Vehicle starts to drive.
With the goods, and I roll the window down a little bit and point my gun out just in case.
Nova. There are gun ports. I made the
Oh, I use his gun ports.
Sorry.
I use the appropriate
Let me try that again.
ports.
let me try that again in character. Darling, could you use the gun ports and not?
I'm used to the old days. People used to live in their vans, and I roll up the window and use the gun port.
All right. We're at the point to decide. Arcole, your initiative bonus is plus 13, right? And then 2d6. So that means you go before the ice does. It is revving up to blow you to smithereens again.
Sorry, just had to unmute. So this way, I can scrub and run.
Scrubbing is a major action, and running is just pulling the plug. Erasing matrix signature is an electronics plus logic versus a willpower firewall of the place. Since the host can just buy successes, and it would buy 5 to resist you. That's your goal at this point in time, to clean your mess up.
Got it. Let's clean her up. What did you say that roll was?
Electronics plus logic.
Got it. I do have a specialty in just general computer knowledge. I have an expertise in hardware, but I'm assuming computer.
Yep. If you had a computer, then yes. that can give you some benefits, but hardware no.
8.
Survey says 8 successes. You wipe your presence from everything, including the cameras, and then give a double New York bird salute as you jack out. Mama Bear hops up onto the road and begins tearing away, while Goose continues to keep an overwatch, and Slugger does a little bit of maneuvering to catch up and then dock with Mama Bear. The blue alarm, basically the security alarm, the radio chatter that you detect on your RCC has picked up and is going through some possible information related to a security breach of some type. Doesn't seem to be going anywhere just yet, and with Arcole jacking out, there's no worry about a demigod or a god coming down to the location to be like, what's going on here? Arcole, you jacked out, and so you're now part of the rest of the crew in the truck. Nova, you've got the box in question.
No, I'm still jumped in, so I guess you'd hear it through the speakers of Mama Bear, asking, can you check, make sure that's what we're looking for? Is that the good stuff?
I open the box and I look in the box.
It doesn't take Arcole very long to crack the mag lock that's on the box. Opening it, you find roughly about 6 kilos of shaped plastic explosives, the C4-esque material. Everything is there as per described, save for a detonator. The styrofoam cutout where the detonator would be sitting in this specialized box is empty.
Sitting on 98% of all here.
What's the 2%?
The detonator. Which honestly, if you think about it, that's like pretty much that's 90% of its own.
Yeah, I mean that's right. I mean, between Steel Tiger and myself and Arcole, I reckon we can set a detonator up.
Hey, what's the range on this thing?
What thing? Plastic explosives?
Yeah, like wherever the detonator is, if someone clicked it from wherever they were,
Well,
how close did they have to be for this to work?
I mean, if we're making the detonator ourselves, I mean, feasibly.
No, I mean if someone else has the detonator that is currently active. I mean, the explosives aren't armed though, so I reckon it's not going to set it off. But
somebody would just have the thing pushing the button.
Oh, okay.
The explosives would have to be armed, the detonator would have to be armed, and then whenever the detonator gets pushed, that's when everything goes boom. So if the switch on both ends aren't flipped on, you've got no worry. Oh, hey, yeah.
I'm not a bomb scientist. I don't know these things.
That's a good comment by the chat who's been paying attention with the missing pieces.
Oh, right. Yeah, Nova, we didn't fill you in. We killed a bunch of Fae.
What?
So many.
You couldn't have been telling me these stories while we were waiting to break into that building?
I should have mentioned it, I suppose.
We sat in silence for so long in this vehicle.
Arcole was two-fisting, two-handed weapon attacking, smashing things with a piece of L bar.
Elbow steel or...
Oh, yeah, it was... what was it? Angle iron.
Angle iron.
Angle iron.
My new best friend. I'm so sorry. I know that you in the Discord call didn't hear that, but I clapped and saw the audio peak. I'm so sorry, chat.
Oh. All right. Success. You've gotten the plastic explosives, but the timer's missing. That's not a problem. You guys can build a timer. You guys know people. You can go buy a timer. You could go to the hardware store and get one of them egg timers and...
You know, we know an arms dealer. We
I
haven't
reckon
seen him in a while.
I also reckon Steel Tiger might be able to get us one, so we don't have to build one. But it wouldn't be hard to build one, at least for our troubles. I'm just kind of sad we didn't have time to look around a little bit more. There's some good stuff in there.
You know, my memory's not quite what it used to be. Didn't we leave that arms dealer with some things to babysit for us?
Yes. Sell. Hang on to.
We should go collect the money from the things that he sold for us.
Remember the red crates from the crates from the red line?
From the train, yeah. Psst, hey guys, I'm over the table. We gotta go get stuff. We should go get our stuff, right?
Yeah, we can go get it.
All right.
Okay.
Well, so do you want to make a meeting with the contact?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Can I do a memory roll for his name? I don't remember.
Never gave one.
Oh shit.
You
Mr.
never
Arms
gave one.
Dealer. Mr.
That's-
Arms
that's-
Dealer.
Mr. Arms Dealer is probably the best description you could give for him. Mr. Arms Dealer. You reach out to him, you leave him a message, he gets back to you and says yes, he can set up a meet. Not right away, maybe closer to about 3 or 4 a.m. He'll be available.
Can
Does
you remind me what he's got of ours? Because I'm blanking.
there was like, so we gave the food to the little gnome people.
Right, yeah. I remember that, yeah.
There was a bunch of ammo, and there were guns.
Mm-hmm.
There
drugs.
drugs, lots of drugs,
Oh, I mean boosters.
boosters,
They're called boosters.
lots of boosters. Willie came from that stash, remember?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
came
remember.
from that box.
I remember. I guess I forgot we hadn't collected yet. I thought we had already done that.
I don't think we took the
No.
party supplies.
No, we did
Yeah,
not.
yeah,
party
we're okay.
supplies. We sent those back.
Yeah, that kid had a good birthday.
What we've got this. We seem to be clear.
He might have a detonator. I don't know. Maybe we can.
He might. Yeah.
He'll meet you at 3 if you want this to happen.
You guys down?
Our call is going to say, I absolutely think that you should go. In the meantime, I would like to research the inner workings of a detonator just in case this falls through. I think us knowing the most about it for now is probably the best call. These plastic explosives scare me to death.
And you know what? We should reach out to Technosiren and see if she wants to hang out.
I'm just gonna say maybe we should see what
Yeah, what's she getting up to?
what does she do? I don't know. Maybe she's working or something. I don't know.
We have time to kill. Let's hit her up.
Can I still connect? Can I still connect to Technosiren? Even if
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely. I'm just going to relay exactly what she's doing at this moment.
Okay. You slide in behind her. You slide into her comm and start finding nearby open cameras to watch her on. Not creepy.
Got it.
Go
I'm
for it.
feeding it to both of them. To both Convoy
Cool.
and Nova.
So it's on the.
I want
so
to
it's on
watch
the-
this. This is
Buddy.
like weird stuff for you.
I'm throwing up more and more pop-ups as Nova
Buddy,
swipes
hey.
them away.
Arcole, man, you just gotta what we meant was to just like send a text or something.
Well, you said that you wondered.
Yeah, and
you,
then
you were wondering, right?
I was wondering, but that the social norm of that implication is just to go to ask them in some manner and not to
Well,
look.
I already knew.
All right. Well, what is she doing? What's she doing?
I can only assume. Wait, this is.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
she's out at a party.
I am. You could see there's like trees all around me and it's like lighting up a lot and like there's a lot of people dancing. yeah, to like techno, but we're under like the open sky because it's a full moon. And also you can tell that everybody's like kind of like we're all in the astral plane also. Like we're dancing, but like we're all kind of like tranced out in like a weird sort of way. So, yeah. But it looks fun.
It's a great party.
Don't know what I'm looking at. Could you?
Send a message. Hey, you want to hang out? Send.
Oh my god, yeah, come through. And I will like, I get really excited and I don't respond for a little while and I'm just like dancing, but you could like see me like talking to the woman I'm dancing with really excitedly. Then I go, oh yeah, you don't know where I am. And then I will like send you, I'm in the Redmond Barrens. I'm like way outside of the city.
Okay.
If I've got my, if I know where that is, we're not too far from that. We're already outside the city in Tacoma.
Yeah, no, Tacoma's down here. Redmond's, you kind of have to drive a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. But you get on the highway, it should be fine. Besides, you'll put a lot of distance between you and that facility.
We should drop off these explosives though.
Just gonna show up with a suitcase full of explosives.
Oh well, I came prepared.
All right, so you drop off
Yeah.
the explosives. And then, get off the highway, drive through the, the off-the-wall kind of like backward security setup outside the Red Mons where the guards are looking into the Red Mons and not, checking people. So you guys drive past. And maybe it's like a good 40 minutes or 30 minutes worth of driving through the town that gets you to where this party is going on at. There are quite a number of vehicles parked just on the grass and all over the place. Cool music jamming in the background. Lots of people smoking and, passing out boosters.
I'll change Mama Bear to look like the Mystery Machine.
Wait, hang on. Can we establish something? Max, right now you're God.
Sure.
Did Scooby-Doo happen in Emerald Glitch Shadowrun? Okay.
Yeah,
It doesn't say Mystery Machine, but it's the Mystery Machine.
It happened back in the 1980s, so that was like the end of the 20th century, and we're in the 22nd century, so the early part of the 22nd century, well over 100 years old. But yeah, the reference would mean something because, dear God, the number of times they would remake that stuff.
Oh, true.
That
They're still
that
going.
IP is still active. Like
Yeah.
they're still making them.
Yeah,
Except
maybe
for
Thelma
Shadowrunners
is.
now.
Yeah, Thelma's part cyborg. Daphne's found out she's actually a mage.
Well, that tracks.
Honestly,
Scooby-Doo is actually a free spirit.
Velma's
Always
a
has
I would
been.
watch that any day.
Hell yeah.
So long as Velma
I'm
still
actually
got to
digging
lose
this
her
remake.
glasses.
I can get behind this.
I don't know about Shaggy. He's just into boosters.
Yeah.
Boosters and
Shaggy's
food.
What are they called? I can't remember.
Everyone needs a mundane human on boosters.
He's their the face.
Yeah, Shaggy's the face. There it is.
Shaggy's the
Oh,
face. So upon arriving at this full moon festival, you park Mama Bear and begin seeking out through the crowd your contact, your ally. It doesn't take you too long to find her amongst you would guess would be a group of close associates, as they all seem to be vibing and enjoying each other's company in this strange booster-induced dance ceremony. Do you want to give a description of Silk? Because she is definitely there with you and
Oh, yeah.
partying with you.
Yeah, and I'm not wearing my normal like shadow running clothes either. Like my hair is like up in pigtails and I have on this like fur dress and these tall boots. It's like a fur one of those like awful neon fur mini I mean it's so cool, mini dresses with like the really tall boots and they like light up on the bottom. And this woman that's with me we're kind of matching. We're wearing a similar-ish outfit, but it's like different colors. She's a human, black woman with dreads and piercings, and where I have white skin with black tattoos, she has black skin with like day glow tattoos. And we're in each other's arms and sharing a joint, which I try to pass to Nova. I'm like, hey, you should try this.
I'm already on something right now.
You
For
have.
at least another 10 minutes. Excuse me.
I'm assuming your biocomp is like, no,
Yeah.
don't do that.
It's not compatible.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm already on the jazz. I appreciate that, though.
I know Convoy won't like it. I don't think it can
Now,
actually
that
make
is a
you
bold
go into the
assumption.
astral though. Cause are you magic?
Nah, darling.
You could try. It's deep weed. I'm offering you a little bit of deep weed.
He already tried that sword.
I know, that's
Is
why
like that,
I
is that
wasn't
like
gonna
that time
like
knife?
it.
I'll give it a shot.
It is exactly like the time knife.
Time
Yeah.
knife. I don't get it, but it's great. I mean, I get it.
You know, the time knife when an infinite number of realities all stack on top of each other and then are forged into a knife. The time knife.
All right. So, are you going to imbibe in some of this illustrious booster that she is offering you?
Yeah, I trust
Duration.
Mama Bear's autopilot.
It'll increase your willpower by 1 and forces awakened characters to astrally perceive. It'll last for 6 minus your body and hours, minimum of 1 hour. Effects are immediate. So you will gain a +1 to your willpower for roughly a couple of hours. That's kind of cool.
But yeah, I don't think you go into the astral actually.
No, you do not. It forces awakened characters or awakened beings into the astral.
Yeah, I'm already distracted at this point. Like
The sword, the time knife in question, it forces everyone. That's just so that there's a difference. It wasn't
I know. But Convoy doesn't know that.
Deep weed is secular when it comes to it. It's like only the chosen ones get to go. And the time knife is like, nah, we're going on a ride.
Yeah.
Convoy, you gonna partake in this?
Yeah. That's
all right. And Arcola, you gonna partake in this?
I can 100% Arcol just doing one of the. No. He's obviously curious. No, I really shouldn't. I really shouldn't. Like it's.
All right. So we kind of talked about Silk's personality and how she's like a dichotomy to you in that fashion. And so instead of like saying something because of the way that your personality is presented, she'll whisper to you going, do you want to see him get high?
And I just like nod.
Okay, then Silk will pull herself away and she will begin using physical contact and sweet words of talking about how you should definitely try this. It's going to be a great thing. And she'll offer you the deep weed booster.
Arcol is already crumbling. He's like, oh,
okay.
He just
this stuff. She's offering it to you. She's telling you how good it feels.
Sure. How deep do I breathe in?
And she walks you through how to do it and explains it in detail. Since this is a PG-13 channel, we can't actually go through those kind of things, telling kids how to use boosters. So we won't. But you get the idea. But now, before we go to our commercial,
This is how you use them. You throw them on the ground and step
Throw it on
on
the
them.
ground. Convoy, the reaction you got was kind of what you expected, but Arcole, you don't know what you were expecting, but when you take it, when you imbibe upon the booster, you feel disassociated. You feel lightweight. You feel disconnected. And you remember being in the vehicle and hearing Convoy's rattling descriptions of things, and the world around you begins to glow. An aura, an anime, begins to shine around Techno Siren and her friend, Silk. Some other people here also seem to gain an extraordinary shine to them. Convoy's eyes go black as night. Parts of lots of Nova completely disappear. You can feel as if you are standing behind your body and you have never experienced this before. And it is something for you to explore. Maybe you share it with the rest of the stream later, but for right now, I would like to remind the players that deep weed only causes those who are awakened to experience astral perception. And we'll go to a break.
Ooh, dun dun
dun. Dun, dun, dun.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And We use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
92 times.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
And we're back. Hey, everybody. Woo! The party is happening to kind of wind down probably 30 to 40 minutes after you guys have arrived. The effects of the deep weed do not keep you in the astral. The initial bump pushes you and then allows you to settle back into your body. So you are just able to see the world through the eyes of a dual nature being. This is what it looks like to be a mage and be astral perceiving while up and moving around. It is incredible to kind of think about, because when you look at something in the normal world that would be a solid object like a wall, and then are able to see things inside the wall or people on the other side of the wall, almost like infrared vision, but it's not infrared vision. You're watching the person move around because you're observing their life force, their attunement to something that you can't even begin to understand or to describe because you've never experienced this. And this effect's you can feel it's already starting to withdraw. It's starting to pull back. The booster's starting to lose some effect on you. But it is, I don't know, ground shaking? What does our Cole think?
Our Cole is still reeling back from the if it's starting to taper off now, he is still just in shock. Of course, he can disconnect and see people through cameras, but at no point is he witnessing effectively a floating brain or a man with no eyes or anything like this.
Right. Okay.
He's I just absolutely still befuddled that this is the way that magic users see everything.
Techno Siren, when you were standing right next to him, giving like either physical or verbal support, as he imbibed into the booster, and Silk was there too. Both of y'all being able to astrally perceive, you have understood and seen this effect take place, and it's where someone awakens. Someone awakens. Now, if someone is already awakened, they have an astral signature that is definitive. The other two people here, even though they have cyberware, their astral signature is not awakened. It is a normal astral signature. And before imbibing into the deep weed, his astral signature had a rather normal. It wasn't extraordinary, but sometimes that can happen. Some normal individual have a slightly extraordinary aura, but what you and Silk both witnessed was his aura awakening upon the taking of the booster. It's a beautiful thing in the sense that his soul or his spirit just begins to blossom. Energies begin flowing and things begin happening. And in fact, when a person awakens, the area around them can suddenly be surged, filled with more mana, creating like this anima of light around them, like either a halo or dependent upon the individual, mainly the individual. Like a more Christian person might have a halo and wings. So Arcole, when you awoken, when you became woke, no, can't use that word. When you awoke, what would your anima look like?
Based on Arcole's general personality, I feel as though that it would look like a massive just shining eye above him, just from the ceiling looking down, just over him.
What vibe?
Interesting.
Is it like a watchful guardian vibe or like a watchful restrictive sort of thing?
I'm pulling this from the way that our Cole specifically sees Gross, less so anything else. A comforting, a comforting, helpful type energy.
All right.
Okay.
I would be able to tell that you had I don't think that I've ever seen anybody awaken before, except for I did, but I didn't get to watch that. I'm still astrally perceiving, so I'm kind of half there and half not there, but in the real world I go, wow, Arkole, you are beautiful. Did you feel? How are you? Oh my god, what's happening?
He still doesn't understand anything at this point. He's just loving the moment. He's just like, thank you. It's great.
Amazing. At this point we're I don't know, it's just dancing. It's that's something to celebrate.
Does
Wow.
Arkole see this? Does he see this eye, or is it mainly other magic users who are just perceiving this in the area? Okay. All right,
You're
he's just having a good time.
Yeah, you are unaware of blossoming, the anima that you're generating.
All right, then he's just partying.
All right. Party dies down. It gets more into places, people sitting, talking, drinking, and around campfires and stuff as the night has rolled on, and a 1 o'clock alarm goes off for somebody. Did you guys still want to try to make meeting the gun deal, the small arms dealer?
Yeah.
He said meet him at 3. He most likely would want you to meet him at Subfabrica Station 9. It's the same place you saw him last time. He would be there. He would say be there again. Of course, you don't have to, take a train and steal it just to get down there. I'm sure there's other ways to get down to where the dwarf people live.
I mean, they showed us.
I thought we went to his junkyard.
Yo, that's true. He did introduce you to his junkyard, so that would be another option.
Yeah, because I stayed with him for a month, I think.
Oh, that's right. That is okay. Then yes, it would definitely be an invite to swing by his, an invite to crash on his couch, right? The swing by his junkyard then. Arkole, you'll definitely be out of the effects of your booster, but unfortunately, I don't think Convoy would be, but it's not having a great effect on him as it is Arkole's character, Arkole.
So is he back in tune with the Matrix at this point, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when you guys arrive heading toward the gun dealer's place, you'll definitely be back to normal.
Got it. Okay.
As far as you would know.
All right. I can only assume that our Cole is hanging out in the back seat, probably just talking to all of them about the experience, probably focusing on Techno Siren, on what just went on, and also why Nova was a brain and Convoy had no eyes. At this point, he doesn't. I can only assume with his limited knowledge of all of this that he doesn't necessarily know what that booster is supposed to do for anyone in general. He probably just accepted it.
I would be telling you. I feel like I would want to come along with you all because you all make me feel really cool, and I would, but I would be like in the back, and I'm still, the effects still last for me too, so I'd be like still in the astral, like half there, and like explaining to you what I see and like what's going on and like what it all means, and I'm just like kind of spacey, but like really excited for you.
What about Silk? Did you want her to keep hanging out with you, or
Can she
because
come?
would? That's a call.
Probably.
The rest.
I would
let
ask.
you-
I mean, we're gonna go see a scary arms dealer. She cool with that? I mean, I don't know.
She lives in the Barrens.
Yeah.
She's probably kind of cool with a lot of things.
Okay, so it's not like a coworker.
I would ask the arms dealer if we could bring a friend that he didn't know.
There you go. Now you're thinking. The answer's no.
She can't come.
And as far as it goes for what seems to be the relationship, it is definitely well beyond co-worker relationship between Techno Siren and Silk. Like beyond co-worker, beyond friends, like the step beyond friends.
She can come meet up afterwards though. That's cool.
Great. Yeah, we would at that point I would go off with her and we'd have a pretty extended goodbye that would make it clear that it's definitely more than friends happening.
Yeah.
And then I'd be like, okay, great, let's go.
All right. The trip over there is pretty quick. It is real early in the morning. You're driving through the part of the city where the rain is going on right now. So Mama Bear's getting her early morning wash. The streets got that sheen of water torrent flushing through the streets and into the gutters. The junkyard has mostly overhead covers when you arrive. So there's like places where you can park and get out. And I would like to share with everyone. So our Cole, can you get it ready so that we can share an image with the audience? Of course, take your time. And then I will get you that image.
Just to add some mood to the step back, Convoy definitely would have put on some tunes to help with the experience.
Oh, nice.
Just definitely put on not his usual jam, but
Wait, you wouldn't let me have the aux even just this one little time?
if you ask for it, yeah, I'll throw it to
I
you.
absolutely would, yeah.
Yeah. Over to you.
Amazing. Amazing. Wait, can I actually share a link with my playlist with like everybody? Will it go into the Twitch chat?
It will. In our group Twitch chat. Go ahead.
Oh, I think oh wait, you're sending it to
No,
the live feed? I think you have to be a mod to send a actual
Yeah, you
link.
can put a link out.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
I'll send it in this chat then, and maybe.
Yeah, send it to us.
Haha.
Viewers, is that
Alright.
something you would want to hear? Would you like us to like share with you our characters' playlist?
How do I chat?
Let
Oh
us
man, that would
know.
be pretty cool.
Where is the chat in this window? There it is. I found it. Okay. I do not have permission. Okay, I gotta send in another one. Okay. Boop.
Wait, I thought we do know this guy's name. Yeah. Esadon.
Say it again.
Esadon? Isadon?
Isadon? Isadon. It's Isadon. I didn't know if you actually shared it or I was keeping it secretive.
Yeah. No, you gave us his name. Yeah. Hex Baron is the one who contacted him for us so that we could get out.
I'm just really bad at remembering names.
I only because I took notes in my character sheet. It's the only
Thank
reason
you.
I remember.
Appreciate that. I'm asking in chat, does I'm putting that up. Does chat want to know what our characters playlist
Can listen into.
There you go. It's up.
are? Question mark. Oh, we got it?
Yeah, no, it just took me a sec.
Yeah, no, that's why we were kind of chatting about playlist. Upon arrival at the junkyard, the arms dealer comes out onto the overhang as Mama Bear comes to a stop, and he looks to you guys as you start to pile out. One of his orc assistants step out too and start smoking a long haul, and Isidon steps over to the driver's side of Mama Bear. Looking for something in particular?
I was just looking to get what we had left off here.
All right.
Business.
Are you looking to pick up stuff, or are you looking to close out accounts?
So, I mean, how did you do with the stuff that we had? Like, what were you able to, handle?
Party material moved rather easily.
That's good. That's good. From our cut of the sales of the party material, we're in need of a detonator, and she just says it really slow because she doesn't know a code word that would like translate to him because she doesn't really speak his language. So she's just like, detonator? Question mark?
Okay. Are you wanting to use some of the funds that you have to purchase a detonator?
Yeah, or like the things for one.
He scratches his scruffy, tawny face. We can do that. Anything would work, or do you need something a bit more specific? Something with like a half a kilometer's range? Come on in. Let's get out of the rain. And he walks into this makeshift garage warehouse.
Let's see. I have knowledge in demolitions, so yeah, something with range would be really good.
All right, he begins walking you in and heading for an area amongst the storage and whatnot that have an array of damaged electronic devices and whatnot. He will make a hand gesture to a rather burly-looking elf who is currently playing Tridio games near the door and say, get off your ass and help these people. See if they need anything else. We owe them stuff, and they have stuff logged here. And he's like, yeah, I'll get to it. So he's escorting Nova and whoever follows him directly to where the detonators would be at, and he's going to walk you through like which one you might want, how much it's going to cost you, and stuff like that. While this other individual, this elf, will kind of give you guys a guided tour around looking for whatever the stuff that you've dropped off, as well as something that you might be interested in having. When he looks over and sees Techno Siren, because it's like he glances over to see everybody, he makes a second look and he's just like, stops his game, gets up and goes, hi.
Hi.
So what you looking for?
What did she say? I like pointed Nova. I don't know a whole lot. It's still, you got a lot of gear in here.
Oh yeah, we've got a lot of stuff. You want me to show you around?
I like looked at everybody.
Nova stands there with her arms crossed. She goes, yeah, what did I say?
You said are you asking him
not
or me?
Him. Because you said, well, what did she say? And so I'm saying.
All right, so
yeah,
the elf looks to you and kind of shrugs, and then Isidon says, come on. And he's gesturing to Nova come with me. We'll go. Isadon is telling you, let's go look at detonators. And whoever doesn't want to go look at detonators can hang out with this guy and do some other shopping and looking around.
I whisper to Isadon, is it because she's magical?
No. It's because she's a she.
What?
What? He's a terrible individual.
Yeah,
So
but
this
wait-
elf gets up. This elf gets up and he walks over. He's like, "Come on, I'll show you around
Nova,
this."
You are mainly metal.
Fine. But I thought my skin was really good. I spent a lot of money on it, okay?
I just have expensive skin.
It's true.
Put lotion on it and everything.
This ortho skin was not free, okay?
Yeah, if you count for inflation, you know.
Pick out something nice, Techno. Bye.
I don't know.
Ark. Arkle, you wanna go? I'll stick around. I'm looking for some items.
Oh, or Cole doesn't care either way, but no one's going alone.
Okay, so who are you hanging out with? Are you gonna hang out with Techno Siren as she goes wandering off to go look at whatever, or are you gonna go hang out with Nova, who's going to go look for a detonator?
Me and Convoy will most likely just part ways. If
You go with
he's heading
Nova.
on-
Yeah, you go with Nova.
All right.
Techno Siren.
So Isadon will walk you over to a number of tables where there's a variety of bits and pieces that are already disassembled, and he kind of starts walking through, pulling up some stuff, and he's looking at a few of them. He's like, "What are we looking to? Do we have a set frequency? What kind of information do you already have on what you're looking for?" Because I have variable detonators that have multi-use, and I also have one-time use, only going to work on one frequency kind of detonators.
I can only assume that a single frequency, single use is going to be more secure in this case, and
be.
Then in this case, I would probably just chirp up with let's go with the single frequency. Just
Sure, not a problem.
Yeah, we don't need multiple.
All right, so he takes you over to a milk crate sitting on a dirty table and starts fishing through some stuff. And a dwarf comes over and he's just like, "Hey, what's up, boss man?" And he hands the dwarf one of these little handheld devices that look like it's got a little bit of medical tape on it and a red push button. He's just like, "What frequency is this one set for?" And he kind of plays around with it for a minute. 217. He looks to you. Do you know the frequency that you need?
No. We haven't seen into that. Is there any way for me to look this up whatsoever? Is this?
There were instructions in the box, so I'm going to assume you guys have taken time to read the instructions on how to use the shaped charges of plastic explosives, right?
Since our Cole is terrified, yes, he did take the time to research.
Sure. The explosives themselves are able to set to 4 different frequencies, and you've got the 4 of them memorized. One of them is the frequency of 360. That's like the first thing that pops in your head.
Got it. Then that's exactly what I'm saying.
All right, so he looks at the dwarf. Dwarf takes a moment, makes some opens the bit, makes some adjustments, clicks it, and then he turns on a box in front of him, clicks the button a bunch of times, and it lights up with the number 359. He makes some adjustments, does it again, comes at 360. He's like, "All right, this one's set to go." And it's probably got about a 100-meter distance on it. Looks to you guys. 200 credits, 200 new yen. 100 meters worth of range, set to go.
Shooting that over immediately. Also, might I say, every single time he clicked that button, our Cole winced a little bit.
God, what the hell are you doing?
Okay.
Is this
do you
good?
think that? Yeah. Do you think that'll be enough range? Do you have anything longer?
Yeah, I can make it longer. I mean, it just, whatever it is that you're looking for. Like, how far we can do what? And he looks to the dwarf. Dwarf's like, I have some parts here that can go almost up to a kilometer's distance, but you have to have, like, a good line of sight. It can't be behind things. You want a strong signal that can get through objects? Like if you're going to put something someplace that's hidden and then you're going to hit the button and you still want it, it needs to be a strong signal. But anytime you have a signal strong enough like that, it's going to set off all those bomb detectors that fancy places like to have.
Okay. One moment as we weigh our options, and I silently text the group chat.
Look, we need
maybe 500? 500 meters instead of the 100?
But the surrounding area. Are
That
we
would
going to be
be-
able to get the right altitude to actually get a clear, straight signal to it? From atop a building, maybe, in the surrounding area?
Top of a building's an interesting idea.
Hear me out. What if we send it up in the elevator and then we I don't know.
I can only assume from looking at the space elevator that it is probably pretty protected to to keep people safe as they're making their trip up. Well, I mean, maybe on the outside of it, if that's what you mean.
I mean, I could probably fix together a drone that could press a button.
Okay. That sounds good.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, if they give you the device that's supposed to work, you can put a drone to it. That shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah.
Then let's go with 500. So
Heck, if
500
things get really bad, you could probably turn the bomb into a drone and have it walk wherever it needs to go.
True. I could just put the the bomb on some anthropomorphic legs if I can get it to climb.
So 500 meters.
Yeah. So 500 meters. That's remind me. You showed us the map. How what's the radius of Emerald City?
2 miles from side to side.
2 miles from side to side. Okay, so it's about we have to travel about a mile, right? If I remember right, because it's in the center, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So that means we got about a mile to travel to get where we need to be.
Mm-hmm.
So 500 kilometers is not even half a mile. It's closer to a quarter mile.
500 meters is not even yet. So I don't know what 500 meters is.
I think it's close to a quarter mile.
.2? No. 1.
Like a tenth of a mile?
7. 6.
It is 0.31 miles.
500 meters is?
500 meters is 0.31.
Oh, 0.31. I heard that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, close. I wasn't
It's
that far off. I
3.1
said a quarter
miles.
mile. That was close.
It's 1.6 kilometers to a mile. So, yeah, that's 1,600 meters.
So the nearest building.
There will be some really nearby buildings. There should be some nearby buildings in 500 meters. So that would be good. Get to the top, got kind of a clear line of sight. It doesn't have to be a strong signal at that point in time.
And we also we have to put, but we know we have to put it up a little higher though, right?
Yeah, just a little higher. A little higher than the base ground to cause it to do damage and snap.
I'm planning to ride the elevator for my little publicity stunt, so there's a chance that like I could stick something on the outside or like carry a drone. I know we're probably concerned about like security getting into the elevator. Well, there's no security to get into the building, but like, are we talking about like bomb detectors in the actual elevator
There are
carriage?
most likely bomb detectors that are looking for specific signals to happen. So, yes.
Maybe we could find a way for me to scramble them when I go in, though.
Well, there might be ways to scramble the device itself so it can't be detected by the bomb detectors.
Yeah.
Or maybe you can scramble them, or our Cole can scramble them because you guys are going to be there. So scrambling is an option. 500 meters, a device at this point in time is probably going to cost you guys about, I'll set it to 550 as far as New Yen.
Okay. I think that sounds good. And then let's see, Convoy, do you need anything for scrambling, I guess? See if we can get it here.
I think that'd probably be an Arcole question.
Oh no, jamming and scrambling is definitely something you can do with your RCC. That's an electronics plus logic.
Yeah, I can do a little bit.
And I know you're pretty attached to the toys that you have. Or do you want to like?
For that, I don't
build
need much for
something?
that. I don't need much
Yeah.
for that. I can just send my gnats up. We just need to do some more recon about what they have, anti-drone stuff. But because like I don't need an expensive machine to do that. I just have to have a machine to set the command. So I'm not too worried about cost that way. Those gnats are cheap.
Okay.
Did we ever figure out a correct altitude at which we needed to set this off at?
Yes, you guys know. Okay. You know where the bomb needs to go. Yes.
Okay.
And we believe that the 500 meters will do the job.
The 500 meters could put you close enough at the top of a nearby building to be at line of sight of where the bomb is going to be, so that when you push the button, it'll have a clear signal and pop.
Yeah.
Goes the
So
weasel.
we just get to a tall building and then 500 meters from there.
Yeah, the top of that building should be, because 500 meters is a long distance. There's a lot of buildings nearby that are good options. That'll be a legwork once you get back up to Emerald City, but
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, let's go with that.
Okay. 550 New Yen for a detonator set to a frequency of 360 and is got a range of 500 meters. Bam, it's yours. All right. What else are we going to look for? This man's got stuff, so it's time to do some shopping.
Yeah, let's see what you got. What you got in way of? Is it just arms and ammo that we're looking at, or?
No. You looking for a new suit of armor? I've got some stuff. I've got some old drone parts. I know how you riggers like having tons of spare drones laying around.
Yeah, then what you got?
What is that? He begins looking. He's like, I have some Shiawasa stuff over here in the back corner. He pulls out some Chrysler drones and a variety of small aerial drones that he's got laying about, bits and pieces and parts. He also brings out some crawlers, because you guys were mentioning having something with anthro parts. So he goes through a small selection of outcast or antiquated kind of drones that have been collecting here, sitting about. He's like, makes a gesture to the antiquated collection, goes, anything interesting?
Most specifically, look for something that is made to climb.
So, two possibilities would be an Aztec crawler from like the late 21st century, or a mostly broken Nissan Samurai. Samurais can climb. They're not designed to climb. The crawler's designed to climb. It's just that Samurai has the capability to climb once it gets back up and running. He'll sell the Samurai to you for 1K, the crawler to you for 1.5. It's a bit better condition.
Yeah, I'll take them both.
All right, 2.5, they're yours. He also has guns, armor, and whatnot. Anybody interested in some more guns, armor, and whatnot? So what we'll do is we'll say that for this opportunity off screen, you guys can do some shopping. This is your opportunity to do so, and everything can be negotiated. We don't actually have to go through that. But I kind of do want to ask a question about how the uncomfortable like shopping spree with the elf is going, because he's trying hard with very poor pickup lines. I mean, he's not a bad looker, but he's just got a bad attitude, or at least a piss poor attitude, because he feels that he is more valuable than he really is. Like, at some point, he made sure to, well, he acts it because he's more narcissistic than anything. Like unbuttoning a shirt or buttoning it to, and just like, hey, how's it going? And look at this over here. This looks important, you know?
I'm flirting back, but in like the way that is like also lightly roasting him all the time.
Okay, all right.
Like if he leans back with his shirt open, I'll be like, "Oh, I didn't get tickets to that gun show. I don't know that I would buy them anyway. These other guns are more interesting."
I love that. That's great. So there's not a lot of magical things here. I'm not sure if your character would be interested in purchasing, but it's like guns, armor, some drones, vehicle parts, and stuff like that. That's what you're really going to find here.
I would try I would try to get him to lower some of the prices for us. That's like why I would flirt with him. Be like, maybe he'll like, give us a better deal or something.
Sure. You know what? When you guys find something you're interested in, if looking through the list, hey, would they have that? I'll make the necessary dice rolls off scene, and Technosire can utilize her negotiations to help reduce prices and stuff like that. Cool. I'll go with that. Cool, we'll work with that.
Nice.
Around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, getting closer, Edison definitely comes by with, like if you guys are still there looking around, there's a fresh pot of coffee. If anybody needs a real quick pick-me-up, he has an ESP. He has ESP beds in the other room. You remember, Convoy, you crashed here for a while, so he will let you guys hang out as long as you need. And that's like, during this period in time of the world, since ESP pods are everywhere, it's, hey, I'm going to come by your house, hang out for a while. Hey, man, I need a really quick refresher. I'm going to jump in your ESP pod. Sure, not a problem. I got enough charges. You jump into somebody else's pod, get recharged, and bam, back to life, Not everybody wants to have that easy pick-me-up because of the downsides to it. But, I mean, for the most part, life keeps moving forward. So we've got some guns, we've got a detonator, we can do some off-screen shopping, we've had an opportunity to pick up the explosives. I'm looking through the list of what everything was interested in. I can pretty much say what we should take a segue to a break, and when we come back, we should finish up the rest of the night. What do y'all think?
That sounds good. And before we go, I guess one last reminder, drop a hashtag RunPC in the chat to be entered to win a Shadowrun 6e core rulebook. The winner will be announced when we come back at the end. We'll reach out to you via Twitch Whispers on how to get it to you. But yeah, thanks for participating tonight. So let's take that break.
Yeah.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in, with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking around. Thank you for dropping in your hashtag RunPCs into the chat to win the Shadowrun 6e core rulebook. And tonight's winner for the giveaway is DJ T-Rexosaurus. So congratulations on winning. We're going to reach out to you via Twitch Whispers, and we'll get you that core rulebook so that you can start playing anytime you want. You'll have all the rules in your hands. So there's always a winner every Thursday that we stream. So please come back and participate next week. So yeah, let's get back to the game.
After finishing the shopping at this point in time, I'm sure that the back of Mama Bear is loaded. There is it's early in the morning. Sure, some of you might have taken advantage of the chance to rest, to get ready for whatever is going to come next. Steel Tiger hasn't really reached out, but he said he'd be back in touch with you guys by the time the sun came up, so maybe that'll happen soon. You've gotten a lot of stuff taken care of. The bomb is ready, the device is ready, you've got your access to the Emerald City. It's time to get up there and get started with what happens next, So there's a lot that's happened, and now it's time to take that next big step to get up there. So waiting on Steel Tiger to kind of get an answer of any kind, like, hey, are you back or not? I'm assuming you guys took an opportunity to head back over to the tea shop, because he said, I'll be at the tea shop in the morning. When you get within eyesight in the early morning, and this is, the sun hasn't even come up yet, the rain is just now getting about the point where it's going to stop in the scheduled time. There are large hovering VTOLs in the major building complex area near Steel Tiger's tea shop. Quite a number of them hovering about, and then at some point you can see what looks like one of those VTOLs are bringing up one of those crates filled with ice. Now, if you remember correctly, those crates were either busted open or just left floating for the most part, but they were there, and these VTOLs are fishing them out. There are also vehicles on the ground, not like, I would describe them more of like pickup trucks or whatever, or utility vans, and security forces from Hooper have gotten out of these, they're outside those vans, like 2 of them. And of course, Hooper deals mostly with drones, and so there's a decent number of drones about, ground walking, 4-legged ones, as well as hovering drones with their little blue and red flashing lights. So the area around Steel Tiger's tea shop has a net over it. When you're getting closer, our Cole, you hear through the matrix, basically, it's a call out. Can anyone hear me? I'm in trouble. Someone's stealing my house. I need some help. And you get a signal comes through the contact on your comm. It's like an all broadcast kind of like thing for the contact by the name of Duck. Someone help me. My house is moving. I'm not in control of this. I need some help.
I'm immediately transmitting this as it's going through to the rest of the group, as we're approaching.
Yeah, we know Duck. We know Duck.
Yeah, it's the little water guy.
The water merchant.
Yes, he is. Arco, you're able to pin his icon on one of the containers that have been picked up. And apparently, the containers, they're grabbing all the containers. They've come for their ice, but they've also come from those high-tech containers in question. So they're taking the containers, and you're unaware, but backstory, Duck decided to pick one up and turn it into a house. I mean, it wasn't bad. And they've come for their containers. And so now his icon is hovering hundreds of feet in the air, and he's being abducted by Hooper.
Oh man.
Are
Guys,
you
we want to
all
get
manning?
involved.
I mean, here's the thing. Duck's helped us, you know. I don't know. I feel like if we don't help him, no one will.
Hey, why wouldn't we help him? I don't even know this person. We gotta save him.
Well, Duck is not a person, so to speak.
Oh.
Oh, well, now we have to help him. You just said that. All right. Besides, it's Steel Tiger's
Hey,
friend.
I am the one who said we should help him.
Well,
I am just trying to clarify who we are
I
saving.
don't know. But anyway, it's Steel's friend. He would want us to help.
I'm pretty sure he will. And we'll definitely get his opinion on that during the in between the game sessions. And let's kind of cross our fingers and hope that Chris can make it back around this time. So Steel Tiger will be with us next time, because that would be great. This is the chase scene, by the way, as if you can't tell, you're going to be chasing. There we go. And there's going to be combat because there's cops. So this game session was great. There was a lot of character development. I was surprised. I'm just going to share it with the audience. I did not put Deep Weed in the game. This booster was brought in by my player bringing this stuff up. I did not plan that part. Having our Cole have that moment for his character development was kind of planned to happen earlier, but Convoy did it. Anyways, here we are. So this was a magical moment. Sometimes when you're a game master, you kind of go, I have this great idea. I just figure that the best way for it to happen is this way. And then that thing comes and the players don't even do it. And you're like, okay, we'll just see what happens next. And then the players create an environment in which it happens on its own more organically. And I really liked that. That was fantastic. It was, a growing moment for me as the game master to watch that come to fruition, because I'm excited to see how you take that and run with it. And so I normally award 3 to 5 karma. We got through the task of getting the bomb. You guys did fine. It was not a very hard kind of scenario, so that's 3 right there. We had some growing experiences, so I feel tonight's worth at least 6 karma for everybody. So award yourself 6 karma, and the brilliant addition of Deep Weed into the Deep Weed booster into the game. I want you to know that Technosiren, you start next game session with we'll say 2 temporary edge. I'm going to because I'm super excited about having that opportunity for this part of the character development to move forward.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool. Who made the character art? Well, since we're at the end of our show, this is an opportunity to showcase ourselves. So I will let Amber take that away.
Hello. I made the character art. But honestly, who really created them? It's the players. They described them. They came up with them in their brains. They're the real artists. But I just put it to digital paper. You guys can follow me on Instagram if you'd like. I am dropping my handle in the chat. It's amberbella.art. And yeah, you guys can follow me there. I do commissions. Not currently at the moment, but I'm working on kind of a big project for someone that I hope to talk about soon. But yeah.
You don't have permission to put it in chat. You don't have permission.
Oh, is putting... Oh, you know what? A period reads as a... How rude. How rude.
You have no power.
I have no power here.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Well, I will let Christian pass it over to Christian. Christian, talk about Rough Magic.
Yeah. So I run Rough Magic. We are a collection of game masters who you can hire to run all sorts of TTRPGs and the like, murder mysteries and the such. We have got events all over Chicagoland. We've got events now in Florida, Indiana, etc., as we spread across the country. But yeah, you want to play Shadowrun? You want a game master who is well versed in these very crunchy rules? We've got them, and you can pay them to run a game for you and teach you how to play. So roughmagicgames.com.
Heck yes. Same. If you're interested, you like what I do, you can look me up on Rough Magic as well. Does anybody else have anything else they want to share? Pitch anything? I will always pitch Pure Alchemy soaps. I don't have the link. Somebody else will have to put it there. Pure Alchemy soaps. It's wonderful. Go check it out. It's on Etsy. They have amazing smelling soap and you can create a character set based upon your fantasy character from D&D 5th edition or from Pathfinder. Ooh. Or Baldur's Gate, especially if you're playing Baldur's Gate 3 right now. We've got gnomes, half-orcs. Go check it out. It's great. All right, I think we've pitched everything. We've said everything we need to say. We got anything else, or should we just be done for the night? I guess that's it.
See you next
Thanks
week.
for joining us.
The end.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye.